Right, good morning. Annual call to order. It's 9:02 a.m. Today, October 21st, 2024. My name is Cheryl Renatza, serving as chairman of today's parole panel. I'll introduce my colleagues on the panel. Seated to my far left is Mr. Chucky Tillis. To my immediate left, Mrs. Jerry Ledoux. My immediate right, Mr. Pete Freeman, and at my far right, Mr. Danny Byron. We are at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge. With the staff here at headquarters, please introduce yourself for the record.
Francis Abbott.
Our first remote location this morning is at Elaine Hunt Correctional Center. Good morning, Warden Bickham. Would you and your staff please introduce yourself for the record?
I will. Good morning, board. It's me, Warden Dusty Bickham.
Christelle Vaughn, classification.
Joe Buttress, Assistant Warden.
Terry Grady, Director of Medical and Mental Health Services.
That's it.
Thank you. Thanks for accommodating us this morning. So our first case is Mr. Holmes. Mr. Holmes, would you introduce yourself for the record? Tell us your name and DOC number.
You need your name and DOC number.
Your name and DOC number.
Oh, Joseph Holmes, number 96562.
All right, and you are represented by counsel this morning. I'd like to have counsel please introduce yourself for the record.
Good morning, board. Adrienne Hutchinson here, attorney with the LSU Law Parole and Reentry Clinic. With me, I have third-year law student Ms. Maya Hemingway. Ms. Hemingway is Louisiana Supreme Court Rule 20 certified and has assisted Mr. Holmes in preparation for the hearing this morning. She is prepared to make an opening statement, and also Mr. Holmes is hard of hearing, so she will likely have to tell him what you all are saying kind of in between so he can see your lips. So we just ask the board to bear with us while we make sure he understands what's going on. Okay, good, thank you. Let me introduce the folks. Is there, I see a gentleman seated behind Mr. Holmes. Would you introduce yourself, sir?
Yes, Joseph Anderson, that's my father.
Okay. All right. Let me introduce the other guests. We also have in support Mr. Myers with the Parole Project. Here in opposition, we have Sheriff Craig Weber, Linda Roberts. Mr. Sheriff is on Zoom, but here in the room with us in Baton Rouge is Linda Roberts, Amy Chasson, Captain John Sutton, who will be speaking in opposition. Others who are here who have filed a card with their remarks noted in opposition: Kyle Crescione, I'm sorry if I've mispronounced that, Lieutenant Bradley Trosclair, Captain Brandy Broussard, Bobby Rumor, Dustin Roberts, Ronnie Rumor, Ozala Eccles, Blake Rumor, Jacob Hoffpower, and Aaron Barnes. Thank y'all all for being here this morning. First, we'll start off with Ms. Hutchinson. Usually we'll ask the offender to tell us why he believes we should vote favorably today, so we can either let Ms. Hemingway go first or Mr. Holmes. You decide.
We'll let Ms. Hemingway go first, and then Mr. Holmes can kind of speak after, if that's okay with the board.
Go ahead.
Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Maya Hemingway, and I'm representing Mr. Joseph Holmes as a 3L at LSU Law, along with my supervisor, Adrienne Hutchinson. I'm certified to practice as a student attorney under Louisiana Supreme Court Rule 20. Mr. Holmes comes before this honorable committee respectfully requesting early release on parole. On April 23rd, 1981, he was sentenced to 100 years in prison for 3 counts of attempted first-degree murder. Mr. Holmes acknowledges the severity of the crime that occurred on February 19, 1980, as well as the significant harm that his reckless and impulsive actions had on all 3 of the victims' families. There's absolutely no motive or justification for shooting at police officers under any circumstance. But for 44 years, Mr. Holmes has continued to take accountability and show profound sense of remorse for the crime. But how do we know that he won't recidivate? Well, Mr. Holmes' increased age, classification as a first-class offender, and continuously low Tiger score contributes to him being at a low risk to reoffend. Furthermore, his institutional compliance demonstrates his discipline and value in following the rules, which will aid in him obeying these laws if released. Not to mention his last infraction occurred 27 years ago on October 27, 1997. So today, at 76 years old, Mr. Holmes does not pose a public safety risk. Even the former warden has continuously written letters on Mr. Holmes' behalf, highlighting his readiness for release. Now, upon entering prison, Mr. Holmes was a man crippled by alcohol, one who reacted with impulse instead of reacting with caution. But throughout his time in prison, he's taken full advantage of every opportunity to become a rehabilitated individual. While in Angola, he spent 8 years as a trustee. And additionally, he's maintained his trustee status at Elaine Hunt for at least 7 years. He's even dedicated himself to the service of others by being a hospice volunteer for 12 years, but stopping once his own health declined. In his role as a volunteer, he demonstrated a high level of compassionate care, which further solidifies the notion that he can be trusted. One thing that's important to mention is the fact that Mr. Holmes was still dedicated to reformation and rehabilitation, even with the lengthy 100-year sentence. He's worked through his anger and alcohol addiction, both of which played a direct role in the crime. When he was first sentenced for his crime, he wasn't even parole eligible until February of 2000. This just goes to show his strong commitment to self-improvement. His participation in self-help programs like Cajun Rage and his continuous membership in AANA allowed him to see the depth of his wrongdoing. He is now a man today of faith, compassion, and maturity. He is not the 32-year-old man he was at the time of the crime in 1980. Pursuant to Louisiana Legislative Act 790, Mr. Holmes is eligible for parole since he is sentenced to at least 30 years in prison, of which he has already served at least 20 years upon reaching the age of 45. There is no argument that Mr. Holmes committed a horrible crime that requires a punishment capable of deterring others. However, studies show that lengthy prison sentences do not increase public safety in all cases. Continued incarceration of individuals who have aged out of a crime perpetuates Louisiana's practice of over-incarceration and defeats the purpose of deterrence. Mr. Holmes understands the severity of the victim opposition, and although he can't change what happened 44 years ago, he plans to mitigate the harm he caused by never returning to the Thibodeau community. He also plans to have absolutely no contact with any of the victims' families. If granted the privilege of release, he will first complete his stay with the Louisiana Parole Project. Following his stay, he will be moving to Baton Rouge to live with his youngest daughter. This plan would place Mr. Holmes in a stable and familiar environment with the support of his family, including his children who live in the area. And although he no longer qualifies for employment, he still plans to contribute to the community by attending AA meetings, finding a church home, and speaking to the youth about the consequences of incarceration and making bad choices. Mr. Holmes has worked diligently to maintain his sobriety and become a man of faith. Through his 44 years of significant self-reflection, he is now a rehabilitated individual. Mr. Holmes hopes through this interview today, you will be able to see him as a trustworthy man, ready to enter into society. Thank you.
All right, before we turn it over to Mr. Holmes, let me just read some information into the record. I didn't do that at the onset. Mr. Holmes is classified as a first felony offender. He is currently, as his attorney said, serving a 100-year sentence, having been sentenced in Lafourche Parish on April 23rd, 1981, for 3 counts of attempted first-degree murder. His parole eligibility date was June 28, 2013. He does have a good time release date. That's a mandatory release date, and that date is April 29, 2031. Thank you. So, Ms. Hemingway, we would like to hear from Mr. Holmes why he believes we should grant favorably to.
So they want to know, so you need to tell them why you think that you should be released today.
Oh. Why? Okay. I was in the club and go to the bathroom and I'll come back and someone told me, said my little nephew was getting beat up and getting killed on the club. I really didn't know what was happening. You understand what I'm talking about? But until I came in and I saw what I saw, and then they were beating him up with a nice stick and all that. So I came to the aid and did what I did, but I'm very sorry for what I did, inside the club. I was very sorry, very remorseful for what I've done as a result, it was Mardi Gras and I was drinking.
But tell them why you should be released today.
Uh,
They want to know why you should be released today. Why do you think you should be released today? That's what they want to hear.
Why I did it.
Why should you be released today?
Why you should be granted parole?
I should be granted parole. Well, I want to say it like this, for what I did, I feel like, I was wrong for what I did, but I played myself, I played myself before the board this morning, to forgive me what I done and to give me another chance to be, to get out there and be with my family and be with my family and to be with my family, my loved ones, because I had been away from a long time and I got a daughter right now. She's on that first stage cancer and she really needs me. It's not so much about my family, but I'm thinking about the family of the other people as well, because it really hurt me. And I made a mistake during my younger years. And I'm very sorry, very remorseful for what I've done. And I'm not trying to justify myself right when I'm wrong. And I just placed myself upon the mercy of the board to give me another chance to be home with my family. And I'm very sorry, remorseful for it. And I take full responsibility of everything what I made a mistake and done.
All right, thank you, Mr. Holmes. Warden Bickham, is there anything you could share with us about Mr. Holmes?
Good morning. Not really. I've only been here a few weeks. I haven't gotten familiar with him, so the records have to speak for itself.
Okay. All right, thank you, sir. So now we'll hear from the folks who want to speak in support. Mr. Kerry Myers with the Parole Project.
Good morning, Board. Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. We supported Mr. Holmes at his last hearing, and we continue to support him. Mr. Holmes has served now 44 years for a crime, obviously, that was extremely serious, but he is a first offender. He doesn't have a career criminal mentality. He committed a serious act, which he has expressed his remorse. We're here and prepared to help him through this transition. We understand that he's going to face some challenges upon release, just simply based on his age and length of time. But we are prepared. We are very aware of Mr. Holmes' needs. We will house him as long as necessary before he goes to his long-term permanent housing. We'll make sure he's connected to all his services. We'll make sure he is connected to his Medicaid. We'll make sure he's connected to SSI and all other services that are available to him. So we just want to let this board know we're here to support him, and we ask based on the time served and his age and his outstanding record during incarceration to grant his parole today.
All right, thank you. And I don't have an indication. Does Mr. Holmes' son wish to say a few words?
Yes. Good morning. As he said, as he spoke, and me with my family, we have condolence for the officer and his family, and like I said, for years, by me coming here and sitting down and talking to him, me and him we have a conversation, because we lost a lot of time as well. We lost a lot of time together, so I kind of take the time to come see him and kind of, ask him questions about some of the decisions he made in life. And one of the biggest thing we had conversation was on the night of the incident, and I asked him a question, because for a long time, for a very, very long time, and it's probably hard to say, but I'm gonna be honest, I kind of hated my father. for that, for the things that he done to my family, not just my family, but the officer family, his daughter, his wife. And we sat down and we talked, and he said, son, he said, if I can do it all again, I would change a lot of things that I've done that time. I said, so, over the years, I watched his growth, the programs that he was in and things that he done, and even much when I come to this facility, I see the growth with him, with interacting with the officers here, and so I'm just here in the support of my father and hopefully, the family. I know it's tough for him. I know how hard it is because I lost my mother a few months ago. So I know how hard it is for the daughter and the wife and their family. So my heart go out to them, but I mean, I thank God for the board, and I thank God for each one of these people here, these two ladies here. That's pretty much all I have.
All right, well, we appreciate your input. Thank you so much. We'll move on and hear from the opposition now. Sheriff, could we hear from you first?
Yes, Madam Chairman and members of the board. Thank you. My name is Craig Weber. I am the Sheriff of Lafourche Parish. I've been serving in this capacity since 1992. With respect to this particular hearing, I was a young police officer. I was 18 years old on February 19th, 1980, which was a Tuesday, and it was a Tuesday of Mardi Gras. Mr. Holmes, among several hundred other people, were gathered at a lounge called the Godfather of Soul, which no longer exists. It was located at 10th and Narrow Street in the city of Thibodeau. It was about 10:30 that night, and this particular building, the entrance to the building had a single door in the middle of the building. It was a rectangular shaped building, long and narrow. And when you entered into the front door, the entire right side of the building had a bar that kind of went from front to back. And then the left side was where patrons would gather and dance and what have you, and the restrooms were in the back. The officers received a call of domestic violence. Mr. Holmes alluded to his nephew. His nephew's name was Wilmer Farragut. Mr. Farragut had committed a battery upon a woman he was seeing at the time. He then went into the lounge, to the back of the lounge. Several officers responded. Wayne Daig responded, Buddy Santamon responded, Keith Chasson responded, and the shift supervisor that night, Ronald Benoit, responded. Because I had just recently been employed for a couple of weeks as a police officer, I was riding with a seasoned officer, Larry Benoit. The four officers I just described went into there to effect an arrest. Larry Benoit and I stayed on the outside where we could monitor the door in case there were problems that developed. They located Mr. Farragut. They took him into custody, and the four officers were escorting him out to the front of the building from the rear of the building. To my understanding, Mr. Holmes at that time, who is his uncle, was seated at the bar with a 38 or 357 revolver, 6-shot revolver in his waistband. As they got closer to the door, Mr. Farragut started to resist. The officers were subduing him, and Mr. Holmes got off of the bar stool he was sitting on, got in a crouch position, and fired indiscriminately into the officers. As things would turn out, his nephew was killed by one of the bullets that he shot. And in particular, that bullet went through the wrist of Larry Benoit, and then it penetrated Mr. Farragut's skull, and then it lodged into the sinus of Mr. Benoit. But for that, Mr. Benoit would be dead. He would have had a shot to the head. Buddy Santamon received a shot to the shoulder. He was paralyzed, and it pretty much ended his career. The man who suffered the most tragic injury was Keith Chasson. He was shot in the back and paralyzed for the rest of his life until he died on March 10th of 2008 and was honored as a line of duty death by the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial. I, as an officer, was approaching the building in an attempt to see if we could assist, and there was total pandemonium, as you can imagine. I remember seeing the muzzle flash of the gun from throughout the door. Larry took cover on the side of the car, and Wayne was able to escape. As Mr. Holmes exited, we initiated gunfire. He was injured and subsequently taken to the hospital and recovered. I want to commend him on the things that he's accomplished in prison. It's certainly noteworthy. I also want to offer to him that in terms of forgiveness, can be given, but forgiveness does not equate to release. I believe that his sentence was a just sentence. I mentioned that, but for the fact that that bullet went through his nephew's head, and I don't know why at the time, I didn't take the time to research it. He was not prosecuted for the murder of his nephew because he was certainly responsible for it. Ronald Benoit would have died, and he would have faced a first-degree murder of a police officer, and in all likelihood been sentenced to death with the other two officers who had those serious injuries. Captain Chasson, he retired as a captain, was a remarkable individual. He never let his injuries get in the way of his commitment to the citizens of Thibodaux, but he was a young man. He was just starting his career. I think he was 23 maybe when he got injured and was confined to a wheelchair for the rest of his life. So I would like to offer that this was an ambush on police officers. Mr. Holmes was not being arrested. The officers had no interaction with him whatsoever. He made a decision, an irrevocable decision, to ambush and murder police officers. He almost succeeded, but didn't quite succeed. But I don't think just the good fortune of having people not die should mitigate the fact that this crime was so serious that it's one that I believe that demands that he spend his sentence there. I know he's talked about the things that he's missed with his family, and that's certainly a difficult thing for any human being. But I look at the families of those officers who are all now deceased. Every one of them are now deceased. And I don't think, too, that just because Mr. Holmes outlived the victims of his crime should mitigate against the lessening of his sentence and his release. Thank you for the opportunity, and I respectfully request that despite the things that Mr. Holmes has accomplished and can continue to accomplish, because he has the benefit of life. He has the benefit of knowing his family and getting up in the morning and breathing air that they don't have. I would ask that he be given his sentence I oppose his release, and that he serve out the sentence that he was given by the court.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for sharing that information with us. We appreciate it. I'm going to just go in the order that I have you on my list, if you don't mind, for those of you who are here that want to speak. First, I have Linda Roberts.
I want to thank each of y'all for giving me this opportunity. I'm going to take you back a little bit. I'm Keith's younger sister. On the night of February 1980, I was standing outside talking to Keith. He was working shift that day, and he came by and he was like, he had said he was coming by at 10 o'clock. It was around 10 o'clock. He said, I want to let y'all know I picked up a couple of hours for overtime. They're giving us overtime since it's Mardi Gras. So I'm gonna pick up some hours, so I'll be back tomorrow to see y'all. So as we standing there chatting and just saying about how the day was, he got a call to go to for a domestic violence. So as he takes off, I watch him run down the sidewalk. I see him, thinking it's just an ordinary call. He takes off, he runs, and I go inside. A little while later, the phone rings. It's that dreaded call that no police officer's family ever wants to get. I answered the phone. It was to the police department. They were calling to say that Keith was involved in a serious incident that we needed to get to the hospital as soon as possible. So I go wake my mom up, and I'm like, Mom, she's getting dressed before she can even get dressed, and officer pulls up to bring her to the hospital. At that time, it was me and my younger brother at home. When that happens, I told him, I said, it must be something really serious. So we both got on our knees and we started to pray. The next thing I did, my mom called me. She said, he got shot 9 times. They don't know if he's gonna make it. They sending him to Oshners. So me and my little brother stayed. They go, and it's an ongoing thing. Of craziness all night. So the next morning, they called saying that he had been shot twice and that he was gonna be in, Ashland. He had a long, it was a very serious thing, and that he was gonna be there for a very long time if he survived. He was paralyzed that night, and, that's when our world got rocked. He went from Ashland, then he went to, Colorado for rehabilitation. He came back, and that's when he went back to the police department working as a dispatcher. He then went up through the ranks. He went as a captain, assistant chief, and he maintained staying working with the police department. I was very fortunate that I not only lived with Keith after he was shot, after he was married, I also worked with him. I cannot tell you of a more proud feeling that I had that I was able to serve with him. I was able to see that he got up every morning, you know, despite taking an hour to get ready in the morning, to get in his wheelchair, to come to work. He was there. He never missed a day just because. And I work in the police department now as the chief police secretary. I see some of our guys calling and say, have a headache. And I'm like, no. My brother came to work many of days, feeling terrible, not knowing how he was going to survive that day, but he did it every day. He continued to work until he was unfortunately succumbed to his injuries in 2008. That was a very hard day for all of us, but we knew he was no longer in pain. So what I come to you today is that on February 19, 1980, Joseph Holmes gave Keith a sentence of living a life in a wheelchair. I pray to you, and I pray and I ask you to please do not approve his request. I ask you that you deny his request for parole, just like Keith lived out his life in a wheelchair. I pray and ask you to please that Joseph Holmes live out his life in prison.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Ms. Amy Shassel.
Okay. My name is Amy Shassel. I am Captain Keith Shassel's daughter. First, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. As you know, my father passed away in 2008 as a result of the lifelong complications from the injuries inflicted on him by Joseph Holmes. My mother, Deborah Shassel, passed away just over a year ago from cancer. As their only child, I feel it's my duty to represent them today. Please know that our words are truly from the heart, and I made a promise to them both to speak on their behalf when they no longer. For 28 years, my father spent each day in a wheelchair. Every day, he faced the struggles that came with his disabilities. When Joseph Holmes chose to ambush the 3 officers that night, he shot my father twice in the back. One bullet going through several organs, puncturing his lung, exiting under his shoulder, and ultimately re-entering and lodging in his arm. The other went through his spinal cord and exited out the front of his neck, severing his C6 and C7 vertebrae, resulting in him being a quadriplegic. Because of Joseph Holmes, my father was unable to do so many of the things we take for granted. He lived and worked each day from that wheelchair, and also dealt with the never-ending health complications from his injuries, including chronic pain caused by the several spinal nerves. This was his life sentence imposed on him by Joseph Holmes, a sentence he didn't deserve, and one with no possibility of parole. This is why I believe Joseph Holmes should serve the entirety of his 50, 30, and 20-year consecutive sentences. As I explained to my 6-year-old son where I was going today, in simplified terms that he can understand, he agreed with me that Holmes should not be released because, in his own innocent, honest words, he didn't shoot just anyone, he shot a captain, and he shot my papa. And however simplified, he explained it perfectly. Joseph Holmes didn't shoot just anyone. Captain Chesson was a one-of-a-kind hero, a beloved father, husband, brother, uncle, friend, and respected brother and who was taken away from all of us far too soon because of Joseph Holmes' careless actions and blatant disregard for human life. My father paid the ultimate sacrifice trying to protect his community from people like Joseph Holmes. I ask that you honor his sacrifice and continue to protect our community by not allowing Joseph Holmes back into. Thank you.
Thank you. Last, we have Captain John Sutton.
Captain John Sutton with the Typical Police Department. So I'm here representing me personally, also the entire Typical Police Department, our 87 strong, and also the Typical Fraternal Order Police, our 55 members. So I was just born when the incident happened, Captain Chasson. But throughout my career, started 18 years old in law enforcement and with the sheriff's office. And I knew Captain Chasson then, and then eventually coming over to the Typical Police Department, I had the pleasure and opportunity to work with Captain Chasson. So I have to tell you, just my personal experience with him, he was always full of life. He provided guidance, professional guidance, personal guidance to help me and any other officer throughout the career. And yeah, I always remember him being a jokester from little shocking ink pens and everything. He just couldn't wait to gag you with his next little item that he had. It was a true pleasure working with him. And unfortunate events with Mr. Holmes and the injuries that Captain Chasson received, that never let him slow him down. He was always around the office, positive attitude, again, encouraging those officers. He even still came out on calls. He was limited on what he could do, but he felt that true brotherhood and wanted to help his brothers and sisters out there, responding to the calls, escorting people, escorting Mardi Gras floats, going out there because he was disabled and handicapped, true believer, handicap parking. He would go out there and write tickets. Sometimes I remember times he called back up doing that. We get there quick, but he never let that slow him down. He was a true police officer, utmost integrity, and the events of Mr. Holmes took his life away way too soon. And, the future officers that we have will never have an opportunity to experience his job, his mentorship, his leadership that he has, and then his family now, that have to suffer, that he'll never see his grandkids. And like Mr. Holmes, Sheriff Weber said, he still breathes. He can still see his family. He still wakes up every day. And Captain Chasson does not have that opportunity of Mr. Holmes. So I would respectfully ask the board deny his parole request, and that's and for our entire Fraternal Order Police 552, all of our members at the police department, and the entirety of our Typical Police Department as a whole. And also, I believe the state Fraternal Order Police has also issued a letter requesting that his parole not.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for being here. All right, Mr. Holmes's case has been assigned to Mr. Byron. He'll take the lead on questions.
Well, let me thank Sheriff Weber for doing such an excellent job of explaining the case. I don't have to say anything about that part of it. I do need to note that there is extreme law enforcement opposition and victim opposition in this case, both current and over the years for the prior investigations. My question for you, Mr. Holmes, is seems like it. Why did you shoot the officers? What were you thinking? The guy was just being arrested for a misdemeanor. What caused that? What caused you to do what you did that night?
I guess to drinking and, at doing the Mardi Gras of that time. I just, you know, but it wasn't something that I really wanted to do, but through drinking and stuff like that. And one of the police, I didn't really know if all of the police they had on kinky clothes back. And I didn't know what's what. It wasn't it was civilian clothes.
So did you tell him to let him go or anything like that, or you just started shooting at him without saying a word?
Well, during that time when somebody had came in and told me about what's going on in the club like that, my nephew was getting killed and you know, things like that. I just went out of my mind. And I'm very sorry for that. Very sorry, very remorseful for that. As a result of drinking and getting high. I'm sorry. And I just pray that y'all just, you know, I played myself on the race to the board. Give me another chance because it won't happen again. Nothing like that will never happen again because throughout all those self-help programs, and since I've been incarcerated 44 years, I've learned a lot. I learned to discipline myself. And I just pray that I get another chance back to society to see my family and have them. And I'm very sorry for what had happened to the family of these officers who were involved. And I'm very sorry because I made mistakes, but I'm fully responsible for my actions. And I just place myself upon the mercy to give me another chance. And it won't ever happen again. I promise, never happen again. None of that. It's just through drinking, having fun, and it's happening.
All right. Thank you. That's all the question I had.
I just got one question.
Mr. Freeman?
What is the charge in 1971 about first degree murder reduced to manslaughter?
Oh, everything was out.
What did they say?
I didn't have to go to court, no time on that.
They want to know like what happened though with that. What was that charge about?
Hmm?
They want to know why you had that charge in 1971. Like what happened for you to get that charge?
Oh, that's happening in the club, A-Bell Ball.
Was a gun involved in that incident?
And I went to the bathroom to take a leak and then he just must have had something against me. I went fishing and then after that in my boat. And so he wanted some fishing. I told him my sister had a ballroom, had a club. And she was sitting, I didn't have none. I didn't catch anything, no fish at all. I had fish, but it was something that I bought from somebody out there while I was out there. But that was it on that. Then he pulled out his revolver and he shot me. And I shot back. He shot me in my arm.
And maybe Gordon, you could help with this. Or I see Mr. Holmes has been in and out of the hospital for the past, 3 years?
DJ, you got anything?
Yes, ma'am. What about it, Mr. Nas? Anything in particular that you're curious about? He does have a laundry list of medical conditions. I mean, they are all currently stable right now.
That's
He
right.
wouldn't be someone that we would look at as a compassionate release or medical parole or anything like that at this time.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was looking for. I
Sure.
appreciate it. Okay, I don't see any other questions, so I think that the panel is prepared to vote unless Ms. Hemingway, is there anything you'd like to say to close it out?
No, if I can, Ms. Renata, can I'd just like to clarify some things if I could right quick.
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. And really it's just based on, Mr. Holmes kind of limited our ability to articulate some of, the things that he's done. And it's likely based on his age and, just his cognitive ability at this age. And so I would like to, I know Ms. Hemingway, produced a brief that provides this information, but I would like to just before the board to talk about some of the things that Mr. Holmes has done over the 44 years, his intense dedication to his faith and the humbling experience it was transforming himself to a man of God, both learning and understanding and truly feeling the great harm that he caused to the officers, their families, his own family, and his community. As he's been able to talk about, alcohol played a huge role in just the demise of his life while he was not, before he came to prison. And the brief will show you over 15 years of AA and substance abuse. Also over 20 classes that address behavior management, changing his way of thinking. So it changes his actions, which ultimately change one's life through behavior, right? And his dedication to others through hospice volunteering, the Catholic Men's Fellowship, and the Lifers Association. So today we're merely asking the committee to evaluate the now 76-year-old Joseph Holmes based on whether or not he poses a risk to public safety if he serves the remainder of his sentence on parole. As the sentence does not go away, but rather he's under the control of the Department of Probation and Parole for the remainder of his life. Obviously, he's not going to make it to 100 years. And so just based on his rehabilitation, his age, his remorse, and provided that he no longer poses a threat to society, we just pray that the board would allow him to serve the remainder of his sentence on parole. With any conditions the board deems necessary. Obviously, he's not planning to return to that community. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Mr. Byron.
All right, Mr. Holmes, today I'm gonna vote to deny your parole due to the seriousness and nature of the crime where 3 police officers were shot and another person was murdered, and also based on the strong law enforcement and victim opposition.
Mr. Tillis.
Mr. Holmes, it seems like you've made a change in your life, and I congratulate you for that. But because of the seriousness of this situation and the strong opposition, I hope that you continue to better yourself while you're incarcerated. My vote today is going to be to deny.
Mrs. Ledoux.
Mr. Holmes, I'm a little surprised that you were not charged with your nephew's murder. And, you know, if you take that into consideration, your sentence would have been even more severe. My vote is to deny. I don't want to lessen the fact that you've done a good job while incarcerated, and hope you continue along that track. But many times when someone takes the life of another person, it's in a conflict. You had no dog in the fight, and you shot into a group of officers, and that's a very serious crime.
Mr. Freeman.
Okay, I concur. I deny based on law enforcement, victim opposition, and definitely the nature of offense. I'm just not getting into it, but that was very heinous. So my vote is to deny.
All right, so Mr. Hobbs, I want to commend you for your hospice volunteer work. I know that's very difficult. And you do have, I do believe you're sorry for what happened. You do have a good prison record, but based on, but you do have an out date. Yeah, I got a good time release date. And so based on the opposition that's been expressed here today, and the fact that you do have a mandatory release date in 2031, my vote today is to deny you. So today, sir, your parole's been denied by unanimous vote. Good luck to you. All right. All right, good morning. Good morning. Mr. Paul, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Paul Coupart, DOC number 35707.
Mr. Poupart, my name is Cheryl Renata. You have a three-member panel today, and that's composed of myself serving as chairman, Mrs. Ledoux seated to my left, Mr. Freeman seated to my right. We also have joining us here a representative from the DA's office in Jefferson Parish, Mr. Randall Meyer. He's asked to say a few words, and we'll ask him to do so at the appropriate time. And you have been through this process before, have you not?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so this is a rehearing for you. So you know how it works, so we'll just get started. Mr. Poupart, you're classified, excuse me, as a fourth felony offender. You're currently serving a 20-year sentence. You were sentenced as a habitual offender in Jefferson Parish in April of 2011 for public intimidation. Your parole eligibility date was January 7, 2016, and your good time release date is January 12, 2030. Is all that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So before I turn it over to Mrs. Ledoux, because your case has been assigned to her, Mr. Poupart, would you take a moment and tell the panel why are you in jail and why do you think we ought to vote favorably today for you?
Well, I'm in jail for, they said I made a threat to a police officer through a third party.
All right, why do you think we ought to vote for you today?
Because I served, charge only carries 5 years. I served almost 14 years, which is 70% of the time. And I'm a nonviolent offender, which is if I got convicted today, I wouldn't have the habitual offender bill. I'd be free. And that trial, they offered me 2 years.
Okay.
For a plea bargain, so, you know, felt like they penalized me for exercising my right, but it's fine. But I mean, that would be the wrap.
Okay. Warden, is there anything the institution has to offer?
Good morning, Mr. Not really, like I said, I don't know him too well. His record kind of elaborates on what he has done here.
Okay, good, thank you. So, Mr. Poupart, would you answer any questions Ms. Ledoux may have for you?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Poupart, reading your file, it appears that you had a fairly close relationship with the officer and the bar owner in this incident. Is that correct?
I knew the bar owner. I didn't know the officer. I just saw him working there.
So who took the pictures that you ultimately posted online?
I didn't post none online, and they never proved that at trial. But the thing is, I was taking pictures, and so was about 4 other people, and they were videoing it too. They were videoing it too.
Okay. But you were present when the pictures were taken?
Yes, ma'am.
What was, so you deny that you had any involvement in posting the pictures?
Right. They didn't prove that. They didn't prove it at court. I didn't post the pictures. I didn't. But I was convicted of that. But my bill of information said I directly threatened the cop. But the thing is, I didn't directly threaten the cop. They said that when I went to trial, it proved that the threat was made through a third party.
Okay. So, as it stands today, you postulate that you did not have any involvement in intimidating the officer or in posting the pictures. So you're completely.
And I got evidence of that. I try to put it back in court, and I have some more pending evidence, but I can't elaborate on that because it's actually pending civilly. I got a lot of stuff civilly pending on, so I can't go into detail about it.
I have become somewhat of an accomplished paralegal here within the facility.
Huh?
You've become paralegal since you've been incarcerated?
I do my own law work. Yes, yes, ma'am.
All right, I mean, I've read the file pretty extensively, and I've read some of your allegations and your civil filings, and the information that we go on today is because you've been convicted of a crime. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am. I already know, but I was convicted of it. The jury convicted me of it.
Okay.
I'm trying to put that behind me. I'm trying to go home now. I'm real sick right now. I'm not trying to be in prison no more. I got medical issues, and my kids got to have the same surgery I got. We all got J pouches. We all got all of our inside missing. So we're not in good health. And I got an autistic son, he's 16, and he's got to have the surgery too. And we got to figure out how we're going to give him the surgery we got, which is very, very, very painful.
So you're 46 years old, correct?
Yes, ma'am. 46.
I don't have any other questions.
Yeah. So why did you tell the bartender that you were gonna put those pictures on there if he didn't not testify?
I didn't tell him I was going to put the pictures on there. I went to the bar.
Lying. You
So,
saying the bartender was lying?
well, I could show statements showing that it was contradicting. There was nothing said like that. I was putting on the defense.
See, you're a mental health level of CAV 5. Are you on any medications?
No, sir.
No mental health medications. Okay. And what was the contraband that you were caught with back in 15 and 16?
Talking about in prison?
Right.
There wasn't no contraband. I don't have no record.
Well, 6.
I don't have nothing, nothing.
Well, you got 5, 6, 7 violations. 6 violations. 5, 11, 1, 1, 4, 5. So you're trying to say they didn't happen either?
I gotta see what they are. I think one of them was deferred, the 30 D30C. That was dropped. The one in 16, I think they wrote it. I think they wrote the whole compound up for that. That was for having extra clothes. 2 of them was for like a fight. I was actually attacked while I was tier walking. I was working in mental health tier, and I got attacked. And the other ones, it was so long ago, I can't remember them. But they're all in my jacket. Yes, sir.
Warden, you have any note of what that was?
She's looking right now, Mr. Freeman. I know that he's got like you said, it's a 6 right up to the 5, 11, and 2 1s, a 4, and a 5. I don't know what he's talking about fighting. I don't even see the fighting, and he's talking about
No, I don't either. I see disobedience and.
So there's an aggravated fight there. But the 2 1s, she's looking, but she hasn't been able to locate the actual fight up here. Freeman.
I have no further questions.
All right, so could we hear from Mr. Meyer?
Good morning, Randall Meyer, Assistant DA in Jefferson Parish. We're opposed this time. There's victim opposition from both the officer as well as the sheriff's office. And, just to say, he wasn't charged and his conviction was not because he posted pictures. It's because of public intimidation, trying to get the officer not to testify in another matter, which he did testify. His criminal history is somewhat violent if you look at the crimes, and he has a poor supervision history. The annual assessment states that he needs vocational skills in a 12-step program, which he has not completed. And I think those courses should be those types of courses should be completed before he's considered for parole. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. I think is the panel.
I move for the executive session quickly.
Yeah, we have a motion for executive session. Is there a second?
Yes, I'll second
Would you
that.
call the roll?
Chair Renata,
Yes.
Steve Freeman,
Yes.
Danny Bowers,
He's not on the.
No, just,
Just Ledoux.
Ms. Ledoux.
Yes. All right. Mr. Poupart, we'll be in executive session for just a moment to discuss confidential matters. All right, we're back in regular session. The time is 10:06 a.m. We are prepared to vote. Mrs. Ledoux will be voting first.
Mr. Poupart, my vote today is going to be to deny your parole. Mr. Poupart, accepting some role in your that your actions got you where you are today is very important. I note that you have done some programming, but not a lot in recent time. And at this point, with your history and your programming, my vote is going to be to deny.
Mr. Freeman?
Due to law enforcement and victim opposition, my vote is the same.
Mr. Poupart, based on your history of violence, your history of revocation, the opposition that's been expressed on the record and here today, my vote today is to deny your parole. So that concludes our hearings at Hunt. Warden Bickham, thank you for accommodating us. We're going to sign off at 10:07.
Thank y'all. Have a great day.
Right, good morning. The Committee on Parole is reconvening and now at Louisiana State Penitentiary. It's 10:22 a.m. and today is October 21st, 2024. My name is Cheryl Renatza, serving as chairman of today's parole panel. My colleagues on the 5-member panel today, seated to my far left is Mr. Chucky Gillis, to my immediate left, Mrs. Jerry Ledoux, my immediate right, Mr. Pete Freeman, and to my far right is Mr. Danny Byron. With the staff there at Angola, please introduce yourself for the record.
Deputy Warden Rochelle Amber.
Reginald Lamoureux, classification.
Carmen Shipley, offender records.
And Jody Surgeon, program consultant.
All right, great, thank you. And we have before us Mr. Smothers.
Yes, ma'am.
Morning, sir. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your DOC number.
Kenneth Smothers, 89904.
All right, and I see you have counsel with you today. Mr. Lancaster, would you do those introductions?
Yes, Mr. Renatza. Robert Lancaster, attorney for Kenny Smothers with the LSU Parole and Reentry Clinic. With me today is Taylor Geis. He's a third-year student in the law clinic. He's certified under Louisiana Supreme Court Rule 20, and in that capacity, he'll be representing Mr. Smothers today and can make a statement at the conclusion of the interview if this committee deems it appropriate.
Okay, thank you. And so also here, see there in support there at Angola, we have Gerald Parker and Stuart Freeman, both who want to speak on Mr. Smothers' behalf. We also have Kerry Myers with the Parole Project who'll be speaking. Also joining us in opposition is Mr. Randall Meyer with the DA's office in Jefferson Parish, and we'll call on him at the appropriate time for his remarks. Mr. Smothers, you've been through this process before, so we're going to just, let me read the identifying information into the record, sir. Mr. Smothers, you're classified as a second felony offender, currently serving a 792-year sentence, having armed robbery convictions in both Jefferson and Orleans Parish, also attempted second-degree murder in Orleans Parish. Your parole eligibility date is August 1st, 2021. Your mandatory or your good time date, I should say, is in the year 2788. Does all that information sound correct, Mr. Smothers?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Smothers. The way we'll proceed this morning is first, we'd like for you to tell us why are you in jail, what brought you there, and why do you believe we should vote favorably for you today?
Yes, ma'am. What happened me here today is reckless thinking, the inability to support my family, to continue to support them at the time. And when I got out in 1997, a year before, my dad passed away. So my mother was retired and a widow, and my son was in college. So when I came home to a full-time job, and things seemed to be working out real fine for quite some time. But years later, got laid off and started to run into a lot of financial difficulty. And through my reckless thinking, I involved a lot of people and put them in harm's way. It was just a difficult time, and I lived a horrible lifestyle, a warped thinking. Didn't want to come back to prison, but did those things that was going to bring me back. To answer your second question, I believe that the programming, the advice that the administration has given to me, along with the board members, has made a total change in my life. I have seen that thinking for a change, victim awareness, these programs was non-existent when I was released. And it made a big impact in my life. I can't tell you how important it was to me to realize the damage that was done. And I didn't think that way at first. Without these programs, without victim awareness, I wouldn't have understood the depths of the hurt and pain that I've caused my victim. With the help of the Parole Project being there, it's given me an opportunity to utilize them as a tool to continue to be successful. All the classes have been vital. And I think they have given me the knowledge and the tools to be real helpful in society. Not a liability, but an asset.
Sir. Warnambo, is there anything you can add?
Yes, ma'am. Mrs. Smothers has been a minimum aid trustee since 2017. He currently now works at the CDC warehouse as a stock with Prison Enterprise. With the classes that he has, anger management, T4C, victim awareness, and letter training, and his target is real low. He also have a lot of faith-based certificates. He participated in a lot of faith-based programs here. One of the most, I guess, highlight of his incarceration was that he participated in the Life of Jesus Christ play in 2013, which was a live play that was here in Angola, that a lot of the other facilities got a chance to come here and watch, and he played a key role in that. Other than that, he only have 6 DB reports and has been a model inmate ever since. So I have no problem with Mr. Smothers if y'all was to grant him parole today.
All right, thank you. Thank you. So could we hear from the Parole Project, please?
Yes, good morning. Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. We're here for Mr. Smothers today as we were at his last hearing. At that hearing, the board asked Mr. Smothers to do some specific things, and he has done those things. He's continued to advance in programming. He has earned new job skills. At 66 years old, he's still employable in Parole Project. As a long-term client of Parole Project, residential client, he will be a long-term residential client. We're prepared to find him employment. Should the board not grant him today, he'll be 72 years old at the next time he is eligible for parole, which certainly diminishes his chance for employment at that time. But at his age, looking at his disciplinary record, looking at the things that he's done, not only up to his last hearing, but since his last hearing, he's definitely demonstrated he's low risk of recidivism, particularly based on his programming and his age. As everyone on the board knows, someone at 66 years old is very unlikely, who has served 20 or more years, it's very unlikely to return or commit a new crime. So we support Mr. Smothers, and we would just ask this board to consider those factors. Our support is we're committed to supporting him throughout this process and throughout his return and reentry should this board grant him parole today. So we just ask the board to consider those things that he has done since his last hearing and grant his parole today.
Thank you. Thank you. Could we hear from Mr. Parker?
Good morning. My name is Joel Parker. One of the things I like to begin by saying that I count it a blessing and a privilege to be able to speak to you for just a few minutes this morning. I'd like to begin by saying that on my way here this morning, I was reminded that it was this honorable board that I believe that were instruments that God allowed me to experience the familiar ways and means of life again after 40+ years. More importantly, I am one of those God believe that God wants to use to bring him glory with my life on the outside. In regards to Kenneth Smothers, I've known Kenneth for a number of years. But what linked me to Kenneth Smothers was his devotion to ministry. Kenneth Smothers has one of those unique ministries that has blessed so many in this institution. That includes myself. This institution is one of the largest maximum security prison in the nation. And it offers so many social activities to this population. That includes sports and church activities and so many other activities. But I've watched Kenneth Smothers take his ministry to some of the darkest areas in the prison, the cell blocks, the death row lockdowns, and try to convince many of these men that Jesus Christ can make a difference in their life. And I promise you, sir, madam, that I've seen many of those men turn their life around as a result of this man's ministry and have become members of the church. And many of those are actually ministers today. I don't think I need to remind this board, sir, madam, that there are some dark areas in society. I've ever actually experienced some of those areas. That includes the school. But Kenneth Smothers is one of those men that sits before you this morning that has developed the power and the ability to go into some of these dark areas and convince some of those young folk to put their guns down and pull their pants up and live. I'm not here this morning to seek justice for Kenny. Actually, I'm here this morning pleading with you for mercy for Kenny. Not just any kind of mercy, but the kind of mercy that God extends to you and I every day. I'm not sure whether or not you drove to your job this morning, but I did. And I was reminded through the Spirit of God this morning that the other car didn't hit me. I don't know if you feel the same way. I count that as being mercy. And I want to end this morning with a question for each one of you that I often ask myself. And that question is simply this morning. What would Jesus do? And I love you this morning. I appreciate the life that you've given me through your decision. And I thank you this morning.
All right, thank you, Mr. Parker. Mr. Freeman.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Stuart Freeman. I thank this honorable board. Can y'all see me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I thank y'all for allowing me this moment in time to be here with my brother, Mr. Smothers. I too am a former incarcerated inmate here at Angola State Penitentiary. And for 23 years, 10 months, and 26 days, I labored with Mr. Smothers. I've seen him do fiber optic work. I've seen him work at the canteen warehouse, and in doing these type of jobs, driving forklifts and things of this nature, with the parole project, as Mr. Kerry Miles said, I will be helping him and working with him closely to help Mr. Kenny in his transition back into society. I work at Georgia Pacific now, and because of this honorable board and the board, you all allow me to come home and be a good tax-paying citizen. And I ask that, you know, when you look at Mr. Smothers, that you give him and grant him parole based on the man that he's become, not the man that he used to be. So with that being said, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Okay, so Mr. Smothers' case has been assigned to Mrs. Ledoux. Would you answer any questions she may have?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Smothers, you indicated that you took victim awareness.
Yes, ma'am.
I read the police reports. You were a very polite armed robber. You always apologize for robbing people, but tell me, what did you learn in victim awareness?
What I learned was the hurt that I caused a lot of people. After the death of my brother, you know, I really understood the grief and pain that I caused the families. I didn't look at it that way. I just regretted what I did. But to understand the hurt, the depths of it, victim awareness went beyond that. You never really know until you, like my mother would tell me, she would say, You don't know how a person feel or what they're going through until you falling into their shoes. And when my brother was killed, I saw that. I saw the grief, I saw the hurt, and I saw the pain.
But I know 792 years. I'm having a hard time wrapping my mind around. You served 23 years, is that correct? About 23 years.
Yes, ma'am.
I'd like to hear what your have prepared at this time. I'd like to hear from your attorney.
Thank you, Ms. Ledoux. Good morning, board. It's good to see some of you again. To those who have not been before, my name is Taylor Geis, and as Professor Lancaster said, I'm Rule 20 certified. And today I'm here on behalf of Mr. Smothers. And today I'm not here on behalf of Mr. Smothers, the ugly man that came here today, but I'm here on behalf of Mr. Smothers, the changed man, the better man that is here before you today. And I feel like it's appropriate to start where we left off. And as you said, Ms. Renata, Ms. Smothers has been here before. And on May 9th, 2022, Mr. Smothers came before this board, and the board instructed him that he needed more employment skills to reintegrate into society. And since that hearing, and despite not receiving any specific instructions, Mr. Kinney has simply excelled. He is now a production worker at Prison Enterprises, where, with the brief that has been submitted before you, you will see that he has received 3 Employee of the Month certificates. He has received 2 in-service awards. And not only that, his work has been reviewed on 3 different occasions. And his work wasn't good. It wasn't average. It was reviewed at excellent. And as Mr. Kinney has also mentioned, he's gone through several programs, 100 hours, thinking for a change, and so forth. And as Ms. Ledoux, you questioned him on victim awareness, he stated that this truly was the time in his life where he really understood the full circle of his harm and every action that he did. And he understands now that going into society, he has that perspective. And while I'm talking about perspective, I'd like to draw the board's attention to when Mr. Kinney was working with the West Feliciana Sheriff's Office, where he was installing cameras. Mr. Kinney speaks about a time, during that time, he had an opportunity to sit at lunch with these officers. And before that time, he had never sat down with a law enforcement officer or sat down with someone in that position. And he said that his perspective truly changed. He was able to see that the officer was not just someone holding a gun or have a badge on their chest, but they were truly a person doing an extraordinary job, not an ordinary job. And that understanding is with Mr. Kinney today. And as Warden Ambo mentioned, and as it pertains to Mr. Kinney's institutional compliance, he's a Class A trustee. He hasn't received a write-up in over a decade. And he has a low Tiger score, all of which shows that Mr. Kinney, as a 66-year-old man, will not reoffend. And I would also like to point the board's attention to his community outreach. Warden Ambo also mentioned his involvement in the plays, which Chair Renata, I do believe you had the privilege of attending, and remarked that the plays were both impressive and inspiring. But Mr. Kinney does more than just plays. He ministers to his brothers, which we can see that his brothers come back to support him, which is a true testament to his leadership, his ministry, and his commitment to his community and all the people at Angola. And my last comment would pertain to his strong transition plan. The Parole Project, as Mr. Carey said, was with him 2 years ago, and they are with him today. With their second chance employers, employment will be available for Mr. Kenneth upon release. But I'd also like to mention that Mr. Kinney's family has been unwavering. And I know you can't see them currently on Zoom. However, I can attest that they are on YouTube and watching over live stream, as they have unwavering support for Mr. Kinney from day one. And my last comment would be that I asked, and Mr. Kinney asked, that this board allow Mr. Kinney to serve the remainder of his sentence in society, benefiting society, being a tax-paying citizen, and being able to contribute to society with any and all restrictions that this honorable board deems necessary. Thank you, Ms. Ledoux.
Any questions by the panel?
I got one question. On your other armed robbery, which you got 30 years for, when did you get released on that charge?
In 97.
97, okay. And when did your supervision end on that charge?
Honestly, I didn't have a supervision. I had no stipulations or not even a parole officer.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. All right, can we hear from Mr. Meyer, please?
Good morning, Randall Meyer, Assistant DA Jefferson Parish. We're opposed at this time to Mr. Smothers. And I'll just point out between 1979 and 2000, he had 14 counts of armed robbery that he had committed and 1 arrest for carrying a concealed weapon. At the prior hearing in 2022, the board recommended that he continue with additional programmings. And I see it a little bit differently than his supporters, that I think the programming is limited. The only thing he's taken after 2022 was victim letter training and victim awareness, from what I see in the record. None of the certificates that are in the record were awarded to him after 2022. And I'd like to note as well that there is victim opposition to his request. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, panel prepared to vote.
I'd like to call for an executive session, please.
We have a motion and a second for executive session. Could you call the roll, please?
Chair Renassa,
Yes.
Pete Freeman,
Yes.
David Byron,
Yes.
Jerry Ledoux,
Yes.
Chuck Tittis.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Smothers, we'll be in executive session for a few moments to discuss confidential matters. Just stand by. We'll be right back. All right, we're back in session. It's 10:50 and we are prepared to vote. And I'm going to vote first in this case, Mr. Smothers, and that's because I saw you last time.
Yes.
Last time, in 2022, I voted to deny your parole, and I made notes about your community service work, need more programs, and I think you've done everything I asked you to do then. I think you have a good transition plan with the parole project. You obviously have support, and I want to read this to you. This also struck me. This is a recent letter we have in the record from one of your victims, and it says, was Mr. Smothers in a program in Angola promoting, under the leadership of Borough County, promoting a stellar prison reform, placing value on the lives and futures of inmates based on faith in God?
Yes.
If the answer is yes, then I trust his future to God through the decision of the parole board. And I walk away in gratitude, knowing each day of living is a gift not to be wasted. That was very profound to me. So for all those reasons that I mentioned, my vote today would be to grant your parole to the parole project for a period of time that's deemed appropriate, but at least 6 months. Mrs. Ledoux.
I'm gonna pass my vote to Mr. Tiller.
I commend you for the service you've done and the change you've made. And I'm gonna vote grant to Louisiana parole for a period of a year.
Mr. Franklin?
I concur with Mr. Tillers. I do think he needs to be at the parole project for at least a year to get him started, and that I want a curfew from 9 p.m. till 6 a.m.
Mr. Byron?
Good concur.
Same special conditions.
Yes.
Mrs. Ledoux?
Okay, Mr. Smothers, our job is to consider public safety is the number one issue that we look at. I've been trained. I know the recidivism rate of armed robbers is very low. I know that the amount of time you've served plus your age goes in your favor. And I have written down all of these things that I'm considering. And I'm going to grant parole today. You have to understand, we look at the public safety, your rehabilitation, your conduct, your plans, and all of those things are in your favor.
Mr. Smothers, you've been granted parole.
Thank you, Jesus. Thank you.
All right, Warnambo, that concludes our business there at Angola. We're going to sign off at 10:53. Thank you so much.
Y'all welcome.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Good morning. Yeah, today is Monday, October 21st, 2024. The parole panel is reconvening. We're now in Assumption Parish Jail. My name is Cheryl Renatza, serving as chairman today of today's 5-member parole panel. My colleagues on the panel, seated to my far left is Mr. Chucky Tillis, to my immediate left, Mrs. Jerry Ledoux, my immediate right, Mr. Pete Freeman, and to his right is Mr. Danny Byron. We are at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge. Is there any staff there at Assumption Parish that could introduce themselves for the record, please?
Hi, good morning. Sergeant Rachel Bartneski. We're actually in Lafourche Parish, not Assumption Parish.
Oh, goodness. Okay, let me change that. Thanks for that. My paper said Assumption.
Yes, ma'am.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Sergeant Bartneski.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And we have before us Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your full name and DOC number.
Hello, my name is Byron William Nevis. My DOC number is 006277 00620277.
That's what I got. Okay, good. Thank you. Let me acknowledge Mr. Nevis, those people who have joined us today. Well, first we have counsel. I'd like to ask your counsel to introduce himself for the record.
Thank you. Good morning. Roger Jordan for Brian Nevis, who's present on Zoom. And thank you for the parole hearing today.
Sir, and Mr. Jordan, after we hear from everybody that wishes to speak, we'll ask you to close it out for us. Is that okay?
Yes, ma'am.
No statement you'd like to make.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
We have Trina Tyler, Tiara Tyler, Raven Nevis, Jasmine Nevis, and Latoya Nevis. And Miss Latoya and Miss Trina want to speak, and at the appropriate time, we'll call on them to do so. First of all, Mr. Nevis, your case has been assigned to Mrs. Ledoux, but before we start our interview questions, we'd like to hear from you first. What led you to jail? Why are you in jail? And why do you think we ought to grant you parole today?
Yes, ma'am. First of all, I would like to thank all 5 members of this board for granting me and giving me this opportunity to be here. And I just like to say the man I was before I stepped in them doors, I changed. I'm a changed man. I know I had to do that to change for my family, for my kids most of all, but I had to do it for myself to change for them. You know, I had to discipline myself and come a long way with all these 5 years. You know, it broke me down, but it built me back up at the same time. And I'm very thankful for that, because without this situation, I probably ain't no telling where I'd be. I'd probably be dead or anything. So I'm very thankful for this situation and the experience that I learned to become a better man and changed man from what I was before and to who I am now. And you know, I've been working. I started out as a deckhand, now I'm an engineer. So with that experience, you know, I come a long way within the multi-tags. So my task is, you know, is just to take care of the engine room up on my vessel and to train other deckhands as they come along too. So, and I just like, you know, I just like to show when I do get granted parole, I like to show society, you know, that I'm capable to live in society and around, you know, other people that I'm able to do this. And I know I'm more than able, and I'm proud to say that I'm able. I came a long way, and I disciplined myself a lot. And I'd like to thank y'all for this.
All right, and let me just read some identifiers into the record, Mr. Nevis. You are classified as a 4th felony offender, currently serving a 20-year sentence. You were sentenced in Terrebonne Parish. You have a 2019, you were sentenced in Terrebonne for possession with intent to distribute heroin. You received an 8-year sentence that was revoked in April of 2021 because you were on probation. Then in April of 2021, possession with intent to distribute heroin, attempted possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, and aggravated flight from an officer.
Yes, ma'am.
date, August 11, 2024, and your good time mandatory release date is August 16, 2025. Is all that's
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
okay, good, thank you. So before we start with our interview, we'd like to hear from your supporters. Could we first hear from LaToya Nevis? Just trying to.
Good morning.
Morning. Go ahead, ma'am.
My name is LaToya Nevis, and I'm speaking on behalf of Byron Nevis, my husband. Byron is truly a good man. I am confident that giving him an opportunity, he will prove that he can make a positive impact onto his society. If parole is granted, he has the support of his entire family. We miss and love him dearly, and we just pray he's home with us soon. Thank y'all for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. And then we have Ms. Trina Tyler.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
My name is Trina Tyler. I'm Byron's mother. First, I would like to say thank you for allowing my son to come before you all today for the opportunity to be able to be paroled out early and come home, despite of everything he did that put him where he's at. These has been a very long and stressful 5 years. He's missed a lot. In 2021, his grandmother, my mother, passed away. He wasn't able to be there for us. 9 months later, in 22, my sister, his aunt, passed away. Still was not be able to be there for us. November of 23, I was diagnosed with breast cancer. Still has not been able to be here for me through anything. And I know he loves his family. And I feel that God has put him through all of this to sit him down and think about his actions and humble himself. And throughout everybody that we've lost and everything that I've been through, and he hasn't been here to be there for me, his family, his sisters, anybody. He had to sit down and think about it. He also had a daughter that he hasn't been able to touch. He only was able to see her through the facility monitor when he called. Her birthday is this month, which is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. I had surgery and I was diagnosed saying that I'm cancer free. But I still have 7 weeks of treatment left before I can say that I'm in total remission. And it would be a great honor if he would be able to be home, to be there for support. I love my son, and I know that he's changed. And I will be here to help him continue to be the man that I know he can be if he's granted parole. I would love him to be home with us. We miss him very much. And I would like him to be standing beside me and his sisters when I'm able to ring that bell after all my treatments are done, to say that I am in total remission. Thank you all for giving him the opportunity to be able to be paroled out early.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Tyler. We appreciate you. Sharon. Ms. Lede.
Let me hear from his attorney. Sir, I'd like to know, what was your name at birth?
Byron Kentrell Nevis, but my middle name changed to William Nevis.
Okay, so you have an alias of Byron Williams because that's what your master prison record indicates. Is that correct?
Yes, I understand that. They told me here that it said that my last name was showing up, that my middle name was showing up as my last name as Byron William Nevis, but it's Byron. My middle name is William, my last name is Nevis. So,
Hey, we need to pass that information along. Are you currently in work release, Mr. Nevis?
yes, ma'am.
And I read the letters from the various members of the crew where you work. They were very complimentary of your work and indicate you're doing a great job. How much approximately do you make? How much do you have in bank right now?
I have 61,000 saved up, and all those guys that complimented, they family to me. They family. Everybody upon there is family, and upon my release, you know, that's my home, that's my job, so I can support my family, my kids, you know. And I'm very thankful for this. I thank God that I'm stable enough to get out and take care of my kids, because they need me right now. They need me, and I'm thankful for
it. You were considered a pretty big time drug dealer, weren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were bringing a lot of drugs into the community. How do you feel about the impact of selling drugs in society? What are the impacts? Do you have any understanding of what that does to the society?
Yes, ma'am. I feel that's a big impact and a lot of wrong that I did, and I take full responsibility of it, you know, and I shouldn't have done it. But that man I was, I'm no longer him. You know, I'm gonna keep working my job and just support my family.
I don't have any other questions. I'm glad you have made some money. I'm glad you have found a place where you can be productive. And it sounds like you're on the right track.
Thanks.
Question.
I got a question.
Okay, Mr. Bell.
Sir.
The rifle with the extended magazine and the pistol with the extended magazine, what was that used for?
It was just something I was just caught in at the time, like I said, and you know, I ain't gonna blame nothing on nobody. I take full responsibility for my action. That's who I was. That's not who I am today. And that's not me no more. It just crazy things that was going on at that time, and I take full responsibility for it. Something I shouldn't have done. I had.
Question.
Mr. Byron, were you using drugs?
No, sir.
You never used drugs?
No, sir.
You were just selling them?
Yes, sir.
I heard you say earlier you were a changed person, and I have in my mind there, if you change, you have to not look like a drug dealer. You know, there's a certain way drug dealers look.
Yes, sir.
I've seen how some drug dealers look. So when you change, and if you change, and especially for your kids, you have kids? How many kids do you have?
Yes, I have 5 kids.
5 kids?
Yes, sir.
Most parents want their kids to follow in their footsteps, business-wise or fireman or whatever. You wouldn't want your kids to do that, would you?
No, sir.
Okay, so you're gonna look like a changed person, would you say?
Yes, sir.
That's good. I have no questions.
Okay. So you mentioned there were some crazy things going on. What do you mean by that?
I mean, just my my surroundings, my environment, just the life I was living, the person I was.
You were on probation at the time this crime was committed?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long have you been in jail?
5 years, ma'am.
So you've served about 25% of your sentence.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you mentioned what you have in your savings account. Have you been able to send money home
Yes, ma'am.
on a regular basis?
Yes, ma'am.
Good. I'm pleased to hear that. For the record, there is opposition from law enforcement and district attorney's office to any consideration for early release for you. You need to be aware of that. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan, you want to close it out for us?
Yes, please. And thanks again for the opportunity to present, make a presentation on behalf of Byron. You know, as you could hear from his family and from Byron too, he's missed a lot of his life. You know, so what happens, and he takes full responsibility for missing that part of his life, the loss of his loved ones. You can see in his mother's eyes, she misses him every day and needs him, his wife and his children. And he's got a strong connection to them, which I think is going to make him a strong individual when he gets out. I know it is. But a second thing that I think you've indicated from the letters that you've read, he's been on work release. And something that is also interesting, I know having been a prosecutor and now criminal defense attorney, something that's been interesting about his 5 years of incarceration is no disciplinary infractions. You know, he talks about how he was broken down and then built himself back up as a man. And part of that is the responsibility of working his family. And he's done that. And what's most telling is that besides not having disciplinary infractions, he's had his 3 supervisors, his immediate supervisors, the captains of his boat, all 3 write glowing recommendations for him. And the moment he gets parole, he's got a job. And that, I think, is the strongest thing or besides the family for him to weight himself with to do better in life. His accomplishments, I think, speak to who he is. It also speaks to how the system can work. And he's an example of someone who was in a different place, and he's been made a different person. I hate to say it like this, but because of incarceration, the opportunities that the Department of Corrections have presented to him, allowing him to have work release, allowing him to have these classes that he took to become a better person. With that, I know that you're not going to be regretful for granting him parole if you see it in your hearts and minds to do that. And thank you again for allowing me to speak and allowing his family to speak.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jordan. All right. I don't see any other questions. So
I have another one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What was the amount that he saved up?
61,000.
61 in 5 years. Okay.
All right. This panel vote.
Mr. Nevis, my vote is going to sound like I'm against you, but I'm not. My vote is going to be to deny, but because of your failed revocation history and everything, but you have the ability to stay in the work room, continue doing what you're doing. You have the support around you, gives you a little extra time. And so my vote today, because of your history of revocation and because of the your past criminal record, my vote is to deny.
Mr. Freeman.
My vote is also to deny basically due to your criminal history. Your criminal history is pretty bad. A lot of drugs involved and guns. And you've only served 5 years of a 20-year sentence. You got 1 more year to serve. You're doing a terrific job. You're saving money. You got a good job. But at this time, I just think that at some point, being a 4th offender, that, you know, you need to serve 1 more year.
Mr. Barra.
I'm going to concur with Mr. Freeman for the same reasons.
And Mr. Tillis.
I think, Byron, you've changed your life around, and it seems like the people you've worked with have spoke highly of you. I really hope that you've changed, and I hope that if you get out, you'll look like a changed person. My vote is to grant.
All right, and Mr. Williams, you know, I agree with your attorney. I think you have a good record since your incarceration without any write-ups. You've been given a special opportunity with your job and maybe develop a career for yourself. But as I mentioned, there was opposition by the district attorney's office and law enforcement. And based on the fact that you were on probation at the time of this offense, and you are a fourth felony offender, and the proximity of your good time mandatory release date, my vote today is to deny you parole. So you've gotten one favorable vote, but four that were not favorable. So the outcome today, Mr. Williams, is that your parole's been denied, sir. Good luck. Stay the course where you're on the right track.
Thank you.
That concludes our business in LaFouche. We're going to sign off at 11:21. All right, Committee on Parole's reconvening. We're now at East Baton Rouge Parish Prison. Good afternoon, sir. Would you introduce yourself for the record? Can't hear you. You must be on mute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Sir.
Okay, this is Captain Miles, Chief of Intake and Release at East Baton Rouge Parish Prison.
All right, thank you, Captain Miles, for accommodating us here today. And we are looking for, we have, how many cases we have here? Just one. Okay, we're ready. Sir, would you introduce yourself to us? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Good afternoon, Raymond Blacher, 435-148.
Mr. Blacher, good afternoon. Well, good morning. It's still morning.
Technically, yes, ma'am.
Let me introduce this parole panel to you. You're here before a 5-member panel today. My name is Cheryl Renatza. I'm serving as chairman today. Seated to my far left is Mr. Chucky Tillis. To my immediate left, Mrs. Jerry Ledoux. My immediate right, Mr. Pete Freeman. And at his right is Mr. Danny Barra. So we are your parole panel today. Let me read some identifying information, Mr. Blacher. You are classified as a second felony offender. You're currently serving 31-year sentence. You have 2 sentences. First was East Feliciana in 2013, battery of a correctional officer and contraband. Then you have a sentencing date in East Baton Rouge, February 23rd, 2001, for armed robbery. You received a 30-year sentence. Those are running consecutive. So it's a total of 31 years and 3 months. You have parole eligibility date, which has just passed. It was September 9th, 2024. And you have a good time release date, September 29, 2029. Does all that sound right?
You said 29?
Yeah, good time. September 29th of 2029.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, so let me just ask you to make a few points. Your first good time date was December 27, 2024.
Yes, ma'am.
But you've lost 1,927 days of good time. That's 5.
Yes,
so why? Why is that?
I basically went in with the wrong attitude, thinking that I had a point to prove and I had this image to live up to. And it cost me a great deal over a long period of time. That was my mistake in my incarceration.
Yeah, it cost you 5 more years.
Yes, ma'am.
Your last write-up was in 2021, just a little over 3 years ago. So,
yes, ma'am.
So that was, let's see, where were you there? So June of 2021, you were at
Dixon.
You were at DCI.
Yes, ma'am.
And so then you moved shortly thereafter. So have you had any more write-ups since? You've been TENSAS, West Baton Rouge, Richland, and now East Baton Rouge. Since leaving DCI, you got any write-ups?
No, ma'am.
What happened? What changed?
Believe it or not, the state gave me hope. I was granted, I was given a parole eligibility date. That's what happened. That's what changed everything. When the law passed and it gave me a hope, it gave me something to look forward to.
Yeah, well, but that changed in 2017. When did you first know you were parole eligible?
I didn't notice that until 2020. 2021 to be exact, October 2021 when I got a rap sheet at TENSAS. That's when I know it.
Okay,
I didn't know.
Yeah.
But when the law passed in 2017, I thought it was just inmate talk, which it had been for so many years that they was gonna change the law, but that was just until I seen it in writing, I didn't believe it. So I just carried on like everything was, just another day at the office, basically, to be honest with you. And then when I got transferred to TENSAS around October that year in 2021, that's when I got a rap sheet. And man, I hollered like I had got released already, to be honest with you.
Yeah, well, I'm glad that you have that hope. I really do. I noticed that you've not had any of that good time restored to you. Have you ever asked for it? know that there's a mechanism where if you're right up free for 2 years, you can ask for a restoration of some of that good time. They don't
Yes,
give it all
ma'am.
back at once, but you can
Yes.
ask for it.
Yes, ma'am. I've tried at different facilities, but it's like it's understaffed, and it's hard. I mean, you put it in the paperwork, but it's like it don't get noticed. I don't know what's going on, so I just kept it kosher. Just try to keep my nose clean until this day here.
I do see that you have, of course, you do have opposition. The DA's office is opposed to early release. Law enforcement is opposed to early release. You do have, how old were you when you were first arrested?
I was 19,
What about as a juvenile?
13.
All right, I have for some reason I noted in my record, your first arrest was you were at age 11, and that was misdemeanor theft.
Oh, all right.
Remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And your first robbery was age 14.
Okay.
Then by age 15, it was possession with intent to distribute cocaine. So, you told me about why you had so many write-ups, why you lost so many days of good time, but why were you involved in all that criminal activity at such an early age?
Basically, I took the wrong route. I mean, what started as me just trying to make a little extra money on the side, it turned into basically a life in crime. I didn't realize that I had people who was on my side who was willing to help me, but I felt as a young man, I wanted things that it wasn't that they couldn't afford to give them to me, just that they basically felt that it wasn't really required that I have those things. So I tried to go out on my own and get it the best way that I thought was the best way to go about getting those things. Robbery, selling drugs at a young age. And when I was young, I always knew that, well, they had to let me go. They had to let me go. But then I made the mistake and gambled when I became older. And I thought that I had a strike to give. That's what I really thought. I thought that, well, I can take a gamble. I can go to jail just one time. But that one time cost me 25 years of my life. So
Let's talk about, since you have this new revelation that you're now eligible for parole and you got some hope, what have you been doing to address your rehabilitation? You've been in some places that have programs. What programs have you been able to take?
Living in balance, substance abuse, thinking for a change, many faith-based call-outs. It's a good number, probably like 25, somewhere up in that number. I mean, I can't name them all, but I took many of them. Basic education classes, trying to keep myself sharp with educational skills, but I've kind of fell short with that. But
what about, what do you do all day there?
Right
You're
now,
been in East Baton Rouge a couple of months. What does your day look like?
I was in pre-release reentry, but something happened and I don't know, I got removed out of there. I mean, that's something that I can't explain, and that's something that you had to take up with the administration. I mean, I didn't get in the write-up or anything like that there, but I was just removed from, I believe it was work related.
Yeah. So you have a job?
I was working in the kitchen, yes, ma'am. I was working in the kitchen and going to pre-release class in the Serve Safe program. The Serve Safe trade, vocational trade, here in East Baton Rouge Parish, but I was removed a couple weeks ago.
So, Captain, is there anything is he still there with you? Is the captain still with you? Yeah.
Yes, I'm here.
Can you shed any light on whatever it is he just told us?
That is a pre-release program that we have here for DOC inmates. As far as what happened, I don't know his history. I'm actually just sitting in, so I'll have to do my research to find that out.
Okay, well, I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Blacher, I don't have any other particular questions of you. Do my colleagues have any questions? Any questions?
No.
All right, let me tell you, Raymond, I'm so happy to see you today, and I'm so happy that you have a good attitude and that you have hope and you want to do the right thing now. I really hope that's the case for you. But you just barely meet our criteria of being write-up free for 3 years. Your last write-up was June 14th of 2021, and I could give you that except for all the many that you've had in your past. I got to see a longer period of time of you doing the right thing and staying write-up free. And I have to see that you have been able to, you can articulate better your, the programs. I mean, you mentioned some of them. So I do see where you are asking for some vocational skills training in your letter to us, and I'll make note of that. But my vote today, based on the loss of good time, not enough time has passed since your last write-up, and the opposition from the DA and law enforcement is going to be to deny your parole. But I really want to encourage you right back whenever you're eligible to do so and keep that clean record. I do wish you well. Mr. Taylor.
I concur with Ms. Renata.
Mrs. O'Do.
My vote is also to deny, but it has been a very good interview, seeing the person versus the person on paper. I think you're moving in the direction.
Yes, ma'am.
I concur. I think you definitely headed in the right direction, but give me a little time where you don't get another write-up.
I understand.
Mr. Byron.
I concur for the same reason.
All right. It's been an interesting interview. You've done a good job, Mr. Blacher. Keep it up.
Thank y'all. Have a nice day.
Thank you. That concludes our business in East Baton Rouge. We'll sign off at 11:41.
All right, thank you, man.
All right, good morning. The Committee on Parole is reconvening. We're at Raymond LaBorde Correctional Center. It's 11:45 a.m. on October 21st, 2024. Let me introduce myself to you. My name is Cheryl Renatz. I'm serving as chairman of today's parole panel. It is a 5-member panel. I'll introduce the panel members to the folks there at Raymond LaBorde. Seated to my far left is Mr. Chucky Tillis. To my immediate left, Mrs. Jerry Ledoux. To my immediate right is Mr. Pete Freeman, and to his right is Mr. Danny Byron. Would the staff there at Raymond LaBorde please introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Mr. Renatz and everyone. Warden Marcus Myers.
Raven Heath Classification, Melissa Joshua Records.
Okay, and we have Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves, would you introduce yourself to us? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Jason Graves. My DOC number is 370875.
All right. Let me recognize the folks you have there with you. You have your father, Mr. James Sparks, Linda Sullivan, your aunt, and Charles Sullivan, cousin. And Mr. Sparks and Mr. Sullivan want to speak on your behalf. We'll call on them to do so. We also have joining us by Zoom, Chief Brad Joprion. We'll call on him at the end for his remarks. First, Mr. Graves, let me read some identifying information into the record. You are classified as a second felony offender. You're currently serving a 56-year sentence. You were sentenced in Pointe-Coupee Parish in June of 2003 for attempted second-degree murder, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, aggravated flight from an officer, theft, and aggravated battery. You have a parole eligibility date, which was March 25th, 2023, and you have a good time date, June 1st, 2033. Is all that information correct, Mr. Graves?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
All right, Mr. Graves. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis, but before we get started with his interview, we'd like to hear from you. We'd like to hear what led you to prison and why do you think we ought to vote favorably for you today?
On the night that me and Mr. Brewer had spent most of that day visiting different places, a couple different homes that we knew, and a couple ballrooms at the end. We made it back to my home. When we arrived at my home, I asked him if he wanted to come inside. I went inside first. As soon as he stepped in, I shot him with a gun that I illegally had to begin with. And he took off running, and I took off running after him. I just kept shooting. We tussled with the gun after he fell down. We tussled with the gun for a while. The police pulled up. I stole his vehicle, ran from the police officers, driving recklessly down the highway, turned off the highway, went to a field. He ended up slamming into the sheriff deputies, the town police that was chasing me with the vehicle. I used that as a weapon to disable his vehicle. Then I left from there, got on another road. The police officer that jumped out of the vehicle, I later learned, and shot the tire out. And that's why they disabled the vehicle. It couldn't go anymore. So I pulled over, jumped out, and took off running. And the police were right there on me and arrested me. That's what I did. Ma'am?
Is it okay?
First I want to thank y'all for this opportunity. Before I say any more, I never had that parole here until the law changed. I need to make sure that y'all know that I am very sorry for what I did. I can't, it's difficult to even put them in words how sorry sometimes you are. Because all we say is we're sorry, we say it all the time. We bump into somebody or we, late for work. And it's just kind of half-hearted things you say, just kind of reactionary things that you'll say. But from the bottom of my heart, I am sorry for what I did. The man that did that, he doesn't exist anymore. That's not me. That's not who I am. So for what I did to Mr. Bourret, what I put his family through, I'm as sorry as I can be. The police officers that night, you don't think about them like that. I think some people think of police officers like superheroes, where we're not. They're just 911. They're gonna say they got you. That's what they're gonna do, you know, they don't come fix it. And I can't say I was too young, I was just too stupid. I didn't realize what they had to go through, what they had to deal with in their life, and how serious their job was, and all these years of watching the news and reading newspapers, and I see guys just ambush them just for no reason whatsoever. But that's the same guy that I might have went to school with that guy. I might have went to prom with that woman that was in office. And we don't think about that. I didn't make their job any easier or their life any easier that night. And I am sorry for that. Now I understand now how their life is and the dangers that they put themselves in all the time. And once again, I'm very sorry for them. You know, I'm not that guy that did that. I haven't been him for a long time. Yeah, I've learned what things bother me, what things cause me to live certain ways. I've made adjustments in my life. I don't overreact to situations anymore. I've taken classes to help me figure out what was wrong with it and why I made the decisions I made. Classes like substance abuse that recognize that I have an addictive personality. And not to blame that. That doesn't mean that that's what made me do all the things that I did, but it's a little piece of it. And throughout my life, throughout just living and life experience, I learned that I control me. And that small little piece of addictiveness that I have, that's part of my personality, like going to work out, I get to where I'm just so addicted to it. I gotta go, can't miss. And I recognize that even before I even knew about addictive personalities, I recognized it. And I'll step away from it. And I'll force myself not to go, just to prove to myself that I'm in control of me. All of me, I control me. I control the actions that I do, not this one little piece that's an addictive part of me. And through thinking for a change, it tells you that if you want to change, if that's what you really want to do, and I haven't been idle in my time in prison, if that's what you really want to do, then you will. Truly believe it. So I've done everything that I believe I can do to better myself in prison. In Victim's Impact, I learned about and I can't understand it. Can't really understand what somebody went through unless you go through it yourself. You could only just somewhat imagine what pain someone may have went through or what their feelings were at the time when they went through it. But that class really opened my eyes to what I could have and what I probably did put the Bourret family through and what I put Mr. Bourret through. And even Mr. Jeffrey himself that night, who was in the police vehicle when I used that truck as a weapon to smash into him during my attempt to get away. I can somewhat, a little bit imagine how scared they were and how scared for their life they were and what I did to them. A little bit. The teacher gave us this story she told about a drunk driver that had killed her niece. And, you know, she's standing there in front of 12 strangers telling this deeply personal story. And as she's telling it, she's crying, and I'm starting to cry. And some of us crying for her. For sure, it wasn't all for her. I had some empathy for her, but it wasn't all for her. I'm just crying for everybody that I've ever hurt. Everything that I've ever done, I can see it. I can see it now. All the DWIs that I had, I can understand exactly what I was doing and who I could have hurt. And I'm not that person. I'm not that person anymore. Thank you.
I'm glad to hear that. Warden, is there anything you can tell us about Mr. Graves?
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Renasa. So, you know, as always, like I always like to do, first and foremost is my deepest sympathies to the victims, their families, you know, the police officer, everyone involved in this situation. But, you know, as we know, it's not my job to judge what he did. That's y'all's job to look at those things. My job to look at what he's done since he's been incarcerated. And I can tell you, Jason has done a very good job. He outlined a lot of the classes that he's taken: victim impact, victim living in balance, thinking for a change, cage your rage. You know, I can go on. He has a high school diploma. He works hard at the facility. He is a trustee here at my facility. He helps with our weekly intake at reception. As you know, regular board he helps out with that every week, and along with doing anything we ask of him. You know, looking through his record and talking to him, I do feel like this is a different man than from that child, that kid that committed this crime many, many years ago. I understand that he got a lot of time. He's only done about half of it, but he's really worked hard to change. And what really impresses me with him is that in 23 years, he's had 2 disciplinary reports, which is, you all know, a young man going, he started out at Angola. And we all know, we see these records, we look through them, and most young men transitioning into the life of the penitentiary is hard, and it's an adjustment, and they usually have 2 or 3 pages of write-ups, where Jason has 2 in 20 years. And the other telling thing to me is he has no fights, no violence. That is, that stands out as a warden. It stands out to me as, I want to believe that this was a foolish crime, and that should be a reflection in that I do not believe he has an extreme tendency to violence. You know me, if I saw 15 fighting charges in his jacket, I'll be quick to tell you that concerns me, but that I'm also have to be quick to tell you that impresses. So he's done well, and we all know it's not easy to do that in the penitentiary. It's not, but he's done well, and he's done everything we ask of him. So, I have nothing but favorable things to say about him in his time in incarceration.
Thank you, Warden Myers. We appreciate it. We'd like to hear from Mr. Sparks. Mr. Sparks?
Yes, ma'am.
What would you like us to?
Ma'am.
What would you like us to know?
Well, he's my son, and I hope he can come home and help me, because I'm getting old, and I can't talk too much about it. I hope he would come home.
Mr. Sullivan?
Yes, ma'am. How are you this morning?
Is there anything, what would you like us to know?
So, after communication with Jason over the years, I'm still his cousin. We were close growing up. I have to stand with the warden. He is definitely a change figure from what I've known as a kid and at the time of the crimes. Also, I'm a project manager for the Gulf Coast Bodell Construction, and like y'all to know, he has a standing offer for a job to come work with me if he is released.
Yeah.
Pay scale starting anywhere, I don't know if y'all need to know all that information, but it starts anywhere from $36 to $40 an hour.
All right, thank you, sir. We appreciate y'all being there today. Mr. Joffrion is on Zoom, I believe. Chief Joffrion, could we hear from you, sir?
Can you hear me, ma'am?
Oh, we can.
How about now?
Yes, we can.
You got me?
Sure.
Okay. I thank y'all for y'all's time. I heard some really good things. I think Mr. Grave is sounds like he's on the right track at this time. I had a list of questions, but they pretty much, between the warden and him and his, have answered them. I was pleased to hear about the reprimands, very minimal, no fights. He is seeming to take some classes and try and do, didn't say too much about what he did for his jobs or obtain any certifications in carpentry, mechanics, or welding or whatever, but did hear he has a job offer if he's released. I think he definitely is on the right track, but at this point in time, and let me get clear. He's up for parole in 2027, you said?
Yes, he can, I believe, in 3 years.
Ma'am?
He can reapply. Oh, you mean?
In 27?
If he's denied today, he would have an opportunity to reapply in 3 years.
In 3 years. So the hearing now is because he's been incarcerated for 25 years. Is that correct? Of the sentence?
Yes.
Okay. So at this time, ma'am, I would object to the release. Would not object to a hearing in 3 years at all. I think he's on the right track.
All right, well, thank you. We do appreciate your input.
Thank you all.
Yes, sir. Mr. Graves, your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis, so he'll take the lead on the interview questions. Would you answer any questions he may have?
Mr. Graves, how are you doing?
I'm good, sir. I'm nervous, but I'm good.
Don't be nervous. I read your case about 3 times and I have made my mind up. But listening to you this morning or this afternoon, and the warden, I'd like to know just one question. I read where this was your friend.
Yes.
And you invited him in, you coached him to come inside, and the guy say inside and you just shot him.
Yes.
What happened? Y'all had an argument or?
No, my life was a train wreck. It seemed every time I would turn around, I would do something stupid. And it was just, for a few days before this incident, I told my family to stay away from it. I need some time to think. And I was trying to figure out some kind of path I could get myself out of this hole that I dug in. And I can't say that I'd ever made the decision. There was no decision ahead of time. It wasn't, planned out. But I just never could find a path. I could never find that path out of. And me and Mr. Bowie was out there all day that day. And when we got back, I can tell you when we pulled in my driveway, just that instant, I hated everything about him. Because he was everything I wasn't. Everything I was never going to be. I couldn't ever see myself being successful. And I knew that he was going to be. And just 100 feet away, by the time we got to my home, I hated his guts so bad I wanted to kill him. And that was it, just that quick. And that's what I did.
Okay, I understand. I have no more questions.
I have a question. Somewhere in the record, Jason, I read where you told somebody you had not slept in 30 days. Do you recall making that statement?
I don't recall that. If they said that, maybe I did. I don't remember. That's a long time ago. I couldn't tell you. I don't know.
You mentioned you used drugs. What kind of drugs did you use?
I only did drugs just a handful of times in my life. It wasn't nothing I was ever addicted to. I smoked marijuana twice, and the first time it didn't mean nothing. The second time it put me to sleep, and I didn't ever use that again. And
so alcohol was your
alcohol was my problem. Yes, ma'am.
You mentioned the DWIs, and I do see them in
Right.
Rhodes, Ascension, St. Martin, and so forth. I will say this, and however it goes today, and if you get another hearing later or whenever you're released, your plan is to live in Livonia.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm not sure that's a really good idea, considering this is where that all happened. Anyway, that's just a comment. I don't see any other questions, so is the panel prepared to vote? Mr. Tillis?
Mr. Graves, I think you've done a good job. It speaks that the warden verifies that. I see remorse in you, and my vote today is going to be to grant.
Mrs. Ledoux?
Mr. Graves, there is some significant opposition to your parole. You have done an excellent job so far of rehabilitation. You still have you've only served 21 years. My vote is to deny today, but I really feel like you're on the right track. If and when you come up again, I'll be happy to have my mind changed at that time.
Mr. Freeman?
Okay, Mr. Graves, just like everybody else, you've done a terrific job in prison, and I want to compliment you on that. Like the warden says, you know, it's tough to stay in there that long with two rifles. And you're doing everything right. Now, I just think you got to do enough time. And I do think that in 3 years, when you reapply for a hearing, things are gonna change, because then you would be then served over half of your time. But today's vote, I'm gonna have to deny victim and law enforcement opposition.
Mr. Barrow.
I'm gonna concur for the same reasons.
All right, Mr. Graves, I heard what Mr. Joe Freon said, and as has been expressed, there's other victim opposition in the record, law enforcement opposition. I want to congratulate you on your prison record. I think it's stellar. I think you've done a good job. I would be happy to look closer at you again when you reapply. I think you'll have a different outcome when you're ready to do that. But today, based on what I've heard in the opposition today, my vote is going to have to be to deny your parole. Good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
We're signing off from Raymond LaBorde. It is 12:06. Y'all have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
All right. The Committee on Parole is reconvening. We're at Claiborne Parish Detention Center. Let me introduce the parole panel. It is a 5-member panel today. My name is Cheryl Renanza, serving as chairman. My colleagues on the panel, to my immediate right, is Mrs. Jerry Ledoux. To her left is Mr. Chucky Tillis. To my immediate right is Mr. Pete Freeman, and to his right is Mr. Danny Byron. Would the staff there at Claiborne Parish introduce themselves for the record? Are y'all still muted? Can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
There you go. Captain, would you introduce yourself for the record?
Captain Glass.
All right, and we have before us Mr. Julion.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Stephen L. HULION, DOC number 744291.
And I see there was another officer there behind you. We'd like her
I'm
to.
sorry, I'm the warden, Melanie Moss.
All right, thank you, Warden. Thanks for being there. We appreciate your
Can I
presence
ask her a
today.
question, please?
Yeah,
What you
please.
did? I don't see any disciplinary reports in his record. Do y'all have any disciplinary reports on him?
We do. I look back and it was like from 2018.
Okay.
He has no recent disciplinary write-ups.
I needed to know. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Julian, let me read some identifying information into the record. I want to acknowledge, I'm sure you can see them on your screen. You have your mother, Miss Linda, along with a neighbor, Nancy Holmes, who is there with your mother. Your mother wants to say some remarks, and we'll ask her to do so at the appropriate time. You are classified as a first felony offender. You were sentenced in Bienville Parish for aggravated second-degree battery and aggravated assault on a peace officer. You have 10 years on each of those counts, but they're running concurrently, so your total DOC sentence is 10 years. Your parole eligibility date has passed. It was June 2nd, 2021, and your good time mandatory release date is February 8th, 2027. Does that sound right?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. So, Mr. Julian, would you take a moment to tell the panel why what led you to jail, why you're here, and why you believe we should vote to grant you parole?
Yes, ma'am. In 2010, I was in a major car accident and sustained pretty bad traumatic brain injury. And from that point, they put me on some heavy narcotics, and I went from, one narcotic to another and ended up on street drugs and alcohol, and just made a series of bad mistakes, which, I'm truly sorry for. I feel like I've been reformed. I've been a trustee for 5 years here. And I believe I deserve a shot.
All right. Well, thank you, sir. Before we start our interview, we'd like to hear from your mother, Miss Linda.
Thank you so much for allowing me to be here today. I'd just like to start out by saying that Steve has always been kind of our staple for my husband and I. He's always helped us out, and we're both over 80 years of age now, and we would really love to see him come home, because at our age, we're getting to where there's a lot of things we cannot handle around here. And I truly feel like Steve has been reformed. I talk to him quite often, and he assures me that he wants to get out, get a job, be productive in the community and in his church. His children would love to see him come home. They're all grown now, going to college, doing well for all themselves, but they would like for him to be a part of their life. Also, he has the support of family, friends, church, and the whole community is behind him. So I feel like if y'all would give him a chance, there would be no turning around for him. He would go straight and be a good citizen. So I appreciate y'all let me speak at this hearing. And I pray daily that the Lord's will be done. Thank you for your time.
Ma'am, thank you so much for speaking with us today. Mr. Julian, your case has been assigned to Mr. Freeman. Would you answer his questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Julion, how long have you served on this charge?
6 years, 8 months, and 19 days.
That's 68% of the sentence. Okay, and you're a first felony offender. How old are you?
48.
Okay, I know you said you had that accident. What is your educational level?
College.
You have college? Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. What about Miss Duck? What happened between you and her? I mean, she had some serious injuries.
Yes, sir. We were doing drugs and got into a pretty serious altercation, and it just I lost myself in the haze of being on drugs, alcohol and drugs. And unfortunately she sustained injuries.
Yes, like I said, some pretty serious injuries, broken bones and internal injuries. So at that time, you had made a statement that if the police came, that there was gonna be a battle. One of y'all would get killed. Was that your state of mind back then?
No, sir. That was what was said is what she actually told the police that I said at that moment. And I mean, I've had a lot of friends on the police department, and I'm thankful that they intervened that day, because if they had not, I would likely be dead or worse myself. Now, Miss Duck, she and I both had some pretty serious chemical dependency issues.
Okay, do you still know her? Do y'all still speak?
Unfortunately, she is deceased. She passed in August from I'm not quite sure what is, if it was drugs or something else. I haven't heard.
Okay, because yeah, she had stated she would be here today, and I don't see her on Zoom or anything. Okay, so when you came out the house, you came out with a AK-47 style rifle. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. It was actually a AR-15. It was on a 1-point sling under my jacket.
Okay, and any particular reason you didn't put it down when the cops kept telling you to? I know you didn't fire it, but
no, it was just hanging from below my arm. I didn't have my hands on it. It was I was afraid to reach from, and there's no way I could unbutton it from the harness without reaching. And that's
okay. That's my main concern is the lots of violence in your past. What classes have you taken to address your violence?
Anger management, substance abuse, and daily prayer.
Okay. All right. Where are you gonna live? Where are you gonna work?
I'm gonna live with my parents, is where I will parole out to until I build me a house. And I have a job with Pixley Logging. It's a local logging company up here in Claiborne Parish. I should have a work agreement on file with my paperwork with y'all, but he's agreed to give me a job.
Okay, let's see, and you took a lot of classes. I've seen that. You have support letters from your son, Mr. Thomas Hitch. I hope I said that right. A retired correctional officer, and your aunt Virginia and neighbor Nancy. I have no further questions.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, back in January 2011, you were arrested for aggravated second-degree battery. And that case ended up getting processed in December. What was the circumstances involved in that case?
Heavy drug usage and just a disagreement.
Duck a victim in that case too?
Sir?
Is Duck the victim in that case?
Yes, sir.
And then I seen you had another aggravated second-degree battery in November of 16 that ended up getting dismissed in March of 17. That was another case where Ms. Duck was
yes, sir.
Okay. And then I see you were denied parole on March 15th of 2021. And one of the reasons was they wanted you to complete anger management. What anger management classes have you taken since March 15th of 2021? Because I don't see any listed in the package I got.
We didn't have any other anger management classes here, but you took parenting since.
Since then I've taken parenting. I was in anger management at that time. I hadn't completed the course yet.
Yeah, you had. There was just no other anger management classes here.
LA risk management model in 2020. What I'm asking you is, after you came for your last hearing over here, they denied you and said complete anger management, and that was on March 15th of 2021. Since March 15th, 2021, have you completed any more anger management classes?
That's the only anger management available here.
So the answer would be, since that last hearing, you have not completed any additional anger management classes, right?
That's correct, sir.
That's all the questions I have.
So you did finish the anger management class. When did you finish it?
December of 20.
December of 20.
2020, okay, all right,
Before the last hearing.
yeah, okay. All right, I don't see any other questions. Oh, I'm sorry.
What was your educational background? How far did you go in college?
I had a degree in drafting and design, and was on my way to get an engineering degree, mechanical engineering.
Thank you.
Have you ever had any any substance abuse, like inpatient substance abuse treatment?
Yes, ma'am. I went to a place in Winsboro called Fresh Start for a 7-month program.
That was prior to this, your incarceration, or I mean, to the commission of this crime?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I think we're ready to vote, Mr. Freeman.
Okay, Mr. Hulion, you've done 6.5 years of a 10-year sentence. You've done pretty well in prison. You've taken some classes, but I think you need a little more. Would you be willing to go to a long-term inpatient treatment in DOC?
Most definitely, sir.
Okay. My recommendation is to grant parole conditionally on you completing a 9-month DOC inpatient program. And at that program, hopefully they'll still address some anger management and some domestic abuse battery. That really concerned me, those domestic abuse batteries.
Yes, sir.
It's all the same victim and y'all was together for a long time, but still. So that's my vote today.
Mr. Byron?
I'm gonna go ahead and concur with Mr. Freeman on that, but I'm gonna add the special condition that after the substance abuse, that you complete an intensive anger management while you're on supervision.
Yes,
In other
sir.
words, you're gonna do that one before you get out, and then as soon as you get out, you're gonna do an intensive anger management when you get out.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Tillis?
I concur with Mr. Freeman, same conditions.
Mrs. Ledoux?
That was my concern from the beginning when I read your file. I feel like you need some intense substance abuse treatment. I think that will, be doing that before you get out will help you be more successful. My vote is to grant.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. HULION, I do agree after talking to you today. You're pretty honest about what was going on with you. My vote today is the same as my colleagues, to grant you parole, but you gotta complete that DOC substance abuse program before you'll be released. You understand the special conditions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good luck to you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Warden, thank you so much for accommodating us this afternoon. We're going to sign off from your facility. It's 12:29. Thank you much.
Right, thank y'all.
Well, I think, her class.
I'll get with Katie Mullins. She's the transition official at Caddo. She's over domestic.
All right. Committee on Parole's reconvening. We're now at the Southwest Transitional Work Program. It's 12:32 p.m. on October 1st, 2024. And we have Mr. Sherman. Is that you?
Yes, ma'am. You can hear me?
Yes, I can. Do you have any staff in the room with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Like for her to introduce herself.
Hi, I'm Cheryl Cook. I work administrative here at the facility.
All right, thank you for accommodating us today.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Sherman, let me introduce your parole panel. You do have a 5-member panel today. My name is Cheryl Renatz. I'm serving as chairman. We have, excuse me. To my far left is Mr. Chucky Tillis. To my immediate left, Mrs. Jerry Ledoux. To my far right, Mr. Danny Byra. And to my immediate right is Mr. Pete Freeman. We have also joining us by Zoom, Mr. Carlton Lewis, who's indicated he wants to say a few words, and we'll call on him to do so at the appropriate time. First, let me read some identifying information, and I'm going to ask you to verify it. Then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Freeman because your case has been assigned to him. That will be, of course, after we hear from Mr. Lewis. Mr. Sherman, you're classified as a second felony offender. You're currently serving a 25-year, 5-month, 9-day sentence. You were sentenced initially May of 2016, attempted first-degree murder. You received a 25 sentence. You were released on good time, and however, that was revoked in May of 2016. You have a new sentence in Jefferson Parish in October of 2016, possession of heroin, obstruction of justice, and battery of a police officer. You have a good time release date, which is May 14th, 2026. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, Mr. Sherman, take a minute. Tell us, why were you revoked? You were afforded the opportunity for early release under good time, and you were revoked. You have new felony conviction. Why is that? And why do you think we ought to re-parole you today?
I'd like to thank y'all for giving me this opportunity today. I'm very aware of my past criminal history and my past. I offer no attempt to defend it. Each criminal act was wrong and affected many people. I have no excuses. What led me to prison today, I had a $10 bag of heroin. I was riding in my truck, the police pulled me over. I panicked, no excuses. I put the drug in my mouth, bag of heroin in my mouth, and I instantly OD'd. Woke up the next day in the hospital. Through the process, I accidentally hit the police officer. That never should have happened. I was wrong. Since then, 2015, since I've been incarcerated, I started rehabilitating myself. I've been incarcerated for 9 years, never been in any trouble. I don't have no disciplinary write-ups. I participated in every rehabilitation program they had to offer me, such as substance abuse 1 and 2, anger management, parenting, kids and raise, living in balance 1 and 2. What I learned from the program is that I can't do it alone. First, I need a higher power. Secondly, the program works if only you apply. I've been applying it for the past 9 years. I feel like I could be a productive person in society again. I know I was wrong. I take full responsibility on what I did. No excuses. I have a family support system out there. I have someone might come talk for me. I don't know if they're up there yet or not. I have a job waiting on me. I feel like I could be a productive person in society again. That's it.
Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll hear from Mr. Carlton Lewis. Sir, what would you like us to know?
Good day, panel. My name is Carlton Lewis. I'm still a member of the New Orleans Police Department. I'm a lieutenant now. Listening to Mr. Sherman, it evokes a lot of emotion. I've not had one day without pain and discomfort since the day Mr. Sherman decided to shoot me. When I was involved in my duties as a police officer in the 5th District, chasing behind Mr. Sherman, he was a dope dealer, and I was running behind him, telling him, "Give it up, little brother, give it up." I wasn't, not the common terminology I just see on the movies and a lot of other issues where someone is screaming, "Stop, MF, or I'll shoot." You know, I was, "Give it up, little brother, give it up." Okay. He decided to change the trajectory of the whole instance. My gun was still in the holster. I proposed no threat to him other than taking him to jail for dealing the drugs that he was dealing. Mr. Sherman turned on me, firing four of his 5 shots at me. I only responded after as I was struck. I was able to return the fire. His last shot, as he got up to run away, he tried to shoot my partner, which almost hit me in the head. Okay, I coded during surgery that night. After I was I survived room 4 of Charity Hospital. The doctors didn't think that I was going to survive. I survived. Didn't think I was ever going to walk again because I went through a 3-month period of paralysis. Had a young daughter at the time, and that was the beginning of my ordeal. I could not walk again. Was told that I would never be able to walk again as a 23-year-old young man who had been the best of physical fitness, who was prior military, served in the United States Navy, attached to the Marine Corps, and that started my direction of turmoil. I've spent since October 31st, which is soon to be my anniversary of meeting Mr. Sherman. I've spent it's been nothing but pain and discomfort, chronic pain. I've had 18 to 20 surgeries since then, post gunshot wound surgeries. Eventually, it'll probably kill me. I'm in physical therapy as we speak now because as I get older and you lose muscle fitness, the shrapnel near my spine is moving. So eventually, it'll kill me. Mr. Sherman was sentenced to 2 50-year terms to run concurrently. I was sentenced to death that night, a slow death, and it eventually will kill me. My entire life has been changed. It's affected my family. It's affected my marriage. I'm now divorced. A couple of my kids are distant now, so it's changed me. It's something that I've had to. I've been working my way through it, through counseling, through medicine, through physical therapy, through surgeries. So it's an ordeal. It's a sentence. This is a sentence that he and I both, I feel, should continue to share. I'm not being given any grace on my sentencing, on my conviction. Why should he? Mr. Sherman was offered a second opportunity when he was let out, unbeknownst to me. I wasn't even informed of it by anybody in the Department of Justice, which was crazy which was insane because the charges were attempt first-degree murder of a police officer. You would think that somebody over there would have checked to see if either of these officers were still employed. I was not informed. My partner wasn't informed. I happened to see Mr. Sherman in Walmart. He didn't recognize me, but I recognized him immediately. I was with my 2 young children. That started a whole nother issue for me to learn that Mr. Sherman was now living close enough to me where I could be in the same Walmart, Walgreens, library, or anywhere else. And then, so I checked with parole board, parole and probation officers to find out that it in fact was him and where he was living. Then he moved even closer to where I was. Again, I had no control of any of that. So this is a perpetuation of a sentencing on me for just serving my community. Okay. My life has been marred with 18 to 20 post-gunshot wound surgical procedures, subsequent re-injuring, life-debilitating medications, having to take medications that jeopardized my life in other ways, anticoagulants. Think about me serving as a police officer, continuing serving as a police officer, or trying to live a life being on anticoagulants. That's torturous in itself because I'm always scared. I have that fear of always bleeding to death, not being able to stop a bleed. If I get into a simple head injury, I get into a rumble with someone on the street. If I fall, I could bleed to death. Might not sound might sound minimal to people who don't understand anticoagulants. It's a major deal for me. It's affected my life. He was only given 2 50-year terms to run concurrently. He was given what it sounded like you all just said, 2 different opportunities to be out on his own since his original sentencing. I was only aware of one, and that was only because I bumped into him in a public place with my children to learn that he was living near me. So, Mr. Sherman, as he's known also in the corrections in the jailhouse, is Trigger Man. We both need to continue serving our sentences. I don't have a choice.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us today.
Okay, Mr. Sherman, how old are you?
54.
How long have you served since your parole, since you got re-put in?
9 years.
Incarcerated.
9 years right now incarcerated.
So you served 9 on the 25 is what you have remaining.
Yes, sir.
You got 480 days of release credits. Okay. So how long had you been out when this happened?
When the incident I'm in prison for now?
Yes.
3 years, sir. I'm sorry, 3 years.
Okay. And what kind of programs have you taken there to address your problem, your drug problem?
I took Suffering the Bruise 1 and 2 and Living in Banners 1 and 2.
I see you were on supervision as a juvenile, but the supervision was revoked. Is that correct?
No, sir. So as a juvenile, no, sir. I'm down. I have a juvenile charge, but I've never been on no supervision.
Juvenile, 1985, was arrested in New Orleans police for theft by shoplifting. He was found delinquent and sentenced to 6 months probation. During the period of probation, he was arrested on new charges and sentenced to the Department of Youth Services.
Yeah, I ain't never knew I was on probation for the shoplifting charge. I did 30 days, and that was it.
And then, of course, you was on probation when this happened.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You have opposition from the sheriff. Of course, you heard that we have strong opposition from the victim. You have opposition for Superintendent of Police, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Chief Lawson of Gretna, and our Attorney General, Liz Morrell. Your family is unopposed. Your victims, Brian Rico had no comment. As I stated earlier, we heard from Mr. Lewis. Mr. Kevin Williams feels like that all the complications that Mr. Lewis has suffered, that wasn't enough time the first time, and that you got out and did this, and so it's definitely he's opposed. And why did you get that nickname, Trigger Man? That caught me too.
Oh, sir, my mother named me that. I don't have no control of that. That don't define who I am. And I don't answer that no more. That was a childhood name, Trigger.
All right. And I have no further questions.
Ms. Cook, is there anything you can tell us about Mr. Sherman?
I checked his records and everything. There's no write-up since he's been back here at all. He's done pretty good. He works in a garment factory here. He's done very well here. So, I mean, no problems at all.
Good, thank you. I don't see any other questions. Is the panel prepared to vote?
I am.
Mr. Friedman?
Okay, Mr. Sherman, you know, as I stated, your supervision history is terrible. You know, you are out facing over 20 years if you got revoked and you still went back to drugs. Law enforcement, victim opposition, supervision record, and my vote is to deny.
All right, Mr. Bauer,
I'm gonna concur with Mr. Freeman for the exact same reasons.
Mr. Tillis,
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Ms. Ledoux.
My vote is to deny parole based on your criminal revocation history.
And Mr. Sherman, I'm glad you're doing well there in the garment factory. I do agree with my colleagues based on the opposition that we've heard from Lieutenant Lewis and the proximity of your next good time release date. My vote today is to deny you parole. Good luck to you, sir.
All right, thanks.
And Ms. Cook, we're going to sign off at your facility. It's 12:48.
Yes, ma'am. Have a good evening.
All right. Good afternoon. It's 12:55 PM on October 21st, 2024. The 5-member parole panel, we are reconvening at David Wade Correctional Center. And for the record, I'll introduce the panel. My name is Cheryl Renanza, serving as chairman of today's panel. We have with us to my far left, Mr. Chucky Tillis. To my immediate left, Mrs. Jerry Ledoux. To my far right is Mr. Danny Byron. To my immediate right is Mr. Pete Freeman. We are at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge. And good afternoon, Morgan. Would you and your staff please introduce yourself for the record? Oh, y'all are still on mute. They're still muted. No.
Now.
Yep, that's it. We got it.
Sorry. We don't get great service up here in the woods, so.
I understand. So go ahead. We didn't get you and your staff's introduction. You went out again. No.
Where's Steve? Wait.
Hey, Northland's muted.
There's a lot of pine trees.
Can you mute us until they so we can talk?
Hello, hello, hello. Oh, it's working. It's working.
Can you hear us? Ask them if they can hear us. I think
Yeah.
they have it.
There we go.
Got it? Okay.
Yes. Okay, hopefully it'll hold. Let's see. So can you and your staff once again introduce yourself? Oh, God, we lost it again. We lost it again.
What happened? Don't touch it.
Yeah.
Can we do it by phone? We're gonna try to do it by phone. We're gonna call somebody. They can hear us, okay. Now, so we're gonna try it again. Can you, introduce your staff?
Michelle does not work.
So you can mic on there.
What mic?
Never mind.
Okay, we have before us Mr. Larry Thompson. Mr. Thompson, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, would you introduce yourself and tell us your name and DOC number? Mr. Thompson?
Larry. My name's Larry Thompson.
What's your DOC number?
480191.
Yes, sir. We also have a member, Assistant District Attorney from Bossier who's with us on Zoom, Mr. Richard Ray, and we're going to call on him at the appropriate time for his remarks. Mr. Ray, can you hear everybody okay?
Yes, ma'am. I can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
So we can. Okay, we're gonna try to do this by phone so we can go ahead and take care of this today. We'll see how that goes. Mr. Thompson? I'm going to read some information into the record. You're classified as a fourth felony offender. You're currently serving an 80-year sentence. You were sentenced in May of 2004 in Bossier Parish for aggravated burglary. And attempted first-degree murder. You received 30 years on the aggravated burglary, 50 years on the attempted murder. You have a sentence in Caddo Parish, which is running concurrent. It's in March of 2016 for manslaughter. You received a 21-year sentence there. So your parole eligibility date is July 21st, 2023, and you have an adjusted good time date, which is October 18 of 2069. Does all that sound correct, Mr. Thompson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so Mr. Thompson, the first thing we'd like to do is for you, you've been through this process, but we do it a little different now. If you would give the panel, the new panel who didn't see you before, why are you in jail? What led you to jail? And why do you think we ought to grant you parole?
I don't know why we did what we did. Tried to do it. I think, 21 years being incarcerated to get enough of the crime I did.
So you've served 21 of your 80 years.
Well,
Okay, and as I understand it, you have a detainer with the U.S. Attorney General's office where you owe them 35 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you say you don't know why you did what you did.
I don't know why we did, we just did.
All right, so you've been in jail, let's see, we established that. You've had limited programs, I see, although you do have some good time credits. Now, why are your programs so limited?
Why I just have one program?
Yes.
Well, I'm not a drug addict, I never was a drug addict, I didn't need no drug counseling. I'm not mad at anybody, don't need no anger management. I took the victim awareness.
What'd you get out of that program?
Well, I just learned that, how people be different victims, different circumstances. And why they're considered victims. Before.
So let me, before I go any further, let me ask Warden Dozat for her input.
Well, Larry's been here since 2016. He's only had about 6 write-ups total. The last one began in 2015. He's medium custody. He worked in our maintenance department for about 8 years, but now he works in the recreation department as a quarterly. He has a excellent work evaluation from his supervisor. He is active in a helper group that is one of our inmate organizations, and he has several different vocational certificates while he works in maintenance from here and previously. He does have an employment plan as a mechanic, is what his employment plan is, and residence plan with his brother and report. We didn't have any disciplinary issues here. He does have some medical issues that he's currently treatment for, but nothing disciplinary issues.
Okay, good, thank you. So we talked about victim awareness, Mr. Thompson. Through the course of your life, how many victims would you say you have?
And I really couldn't tell you.
And I asked that question because I see in your record, and your record is pretty extensive. It's well over 150 pages at least what was provided to me. There was another murder trial for you in 1984, and I do know that you were acquitted by the prosecution, but that was in New Jersey, but there was some belief that you were really involved in that murder. Then in 2016, the reason you were sentenced in 2016 in, I guess, Caddo Parish, you confessed in 2015 to the murder of someone else in exchange for a reduction in sentence for your son. And then then there was a murder for hire issue. So I'm really concerned about your lack of regard for human life. What would you say to that?
I don't know what to say. I can't answer that.
Okay. Well, let me sit back and listen to my colleagues. Do y'all have any questions? No. Okay. So we'll defer rather to Mr. Richard Ray at the DA's office to hear the position of the DA.
Thank you, Ms. Renassa, and members of the board. In 2003, in our local area, there was a armored car heist. Several individuals led by Mr. Thompson stole more than $700,000. They were armed with semi-automatic weapons, ski masks. They robbed an armored car and took the money. They ditched the original car, which was driven by Mr. Thompson. They met up with his son, Larry Thompson Jr. They burned the first vehicle and then fled. There was a Shreveport police officer who picked up the chase of the vehicle and chased it out of Shreveport into Bossier City at speeds exceeding 90 miles an hour. During the chase, Mr. Thompson Sr., Larry Thompson, instructed one of the younger members of the gang to, and this was in the court proceedings, to shoot the MFer, meaning the police officer. And several rounds were fired into Officer Mark Charbonneau's vehicle. I think 5 rounds. Thankfully, one ricocheted off the steering column. It was headed for his chest, but it ricocheted off the steering column and hit him in his arm. But he was unable to continue the pursuit. The pursuit continued into Bossier City, where Mr. Thompson and other members of the gang terrorized local residents, and it was a very large and very violent ordeal, and it was led by Larry Thompson Sr. He was clearly the leader of the gang of much younger criminals, including his son. In fact, in the court proceedings, it's in the record that when he was questioned by police, he was caught later that day. All of them were. But when he was questioned, he told police, "My son wouldn't be here today if I didn't ask him to be," meaning involved in the armored car heist and the shooting of a police officer. Mr. Thompson Sr. said, "He's not a bad person like I am," meaning himself. This officer was shot. Thankfully, he did survive, but he received serious injuries, and the matter was prosecuted in Bossier Parish in 2004, and he was convicted by a jury of his peers of, as was mentioned, aggravated burglary and attempted first-degree murder in the shooting of the police officer. But what's notable, I didn't hear Mr. Thompson express any remorse for any of his crimes, but what is notable that Mr. Thompson has admitted to, in either court proceedings or media accounts, he's admitted to a minimum of 4 murders, some of which have gained national attention. And Ms. Manassa, he actually did confess later to that 1984 murder of which he was acquitted. He has admitted to the killing of Maria Marshall in Ocean County, New Jersey. That was a contract killing. He is, and as you mentioned, he admitted less than 10 years ago, he admitted in Caddo District Court involvement in another murder. He is extreme danger to the public. He's an extreme danger to those who have testified against him. He has a history of being a professional criminal and a contract killer, and he has a history of violent crimes. And not only that, but he has a tendency and a history of leading others, younger offenders, including his son, into this type of violent behavior and behavior that creates an extreme danger to the public. He's admitted to killing Maria Marshall in Ocean County, New Jersey, Deanna Montgomery in Caddo Parish, Larry Wayne Lester in DeSoto Parish in 1988, and he's also admitted to the murder of Chester Underwood in Marshall, Texas. These occurred during the late 70s and into the 80s. Those are the crimes that he's admitted to. He is an extreme danger to the public, and based on his history and the things that he's admitted to, my district attorney, Skylar Marvin, of the 26 JDC Bossier Webster Parish would ask that his parole be denied and that he continue to serve his sentence.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for your input and for providing that information. Mr. Thompson, I think that the people are prepared to vote now. There's no other questions, no other testimony. So I'll be voting first because your case was assigned to me. You know, Mr. Thompson, you just seem to be doing okay where you're at. I have the same concern as Mr. Ray expressed based on what I viewed in your record. I do believe you're a public safety risk. I believe you're doing well in the environment that you're in. But my vote today, based on the opposition that's been expressed today and the risk to the public safety, my vote today is to deny your parole. Mr. Tillis?
I concur with.
Ms. Ledoux?
My vote is to deny. I don't think I've read a more concerning report in all the years that I've done this.
Mr. Freeman?
I concur.
Mr. Byrock?
I concur for the same reason.
All right. Mr. Thompson, you've received a unanimous vote today to deny your parole. All right. Warden, that concludes our business at your facility. Thanks.
I apologize for the difficulty.
It's okay. That's all right. We managed it. We worked around it. All right, good afternoon. The Committee on Parole is reconvening. We're at PARISH Detention Center. It is 1:29 on October 21st, 2024. Mr. Dubose,
Yes, ma'am.
is there anybody in the room with you?
Yes, ma'am.
With the staff there, please introduce yourself for the record.
Lit, LITT.
All right, thank you so much for accommodating us this afternoon. Mr. Dubose, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
ALVIN DUBOSE, 361161.
Mr. Dubose, my name is Cheryl Renassa. You're here before a 5-member parole panel today. I'll introduce them to you. Seated to my far left is Mr. Tillers. To my far immediate left is Mrs. Ledoux. To my immediate right is Mr. Freeman. And to my far right is Mr. Byron. Let me read some information into the record, and we'll get started on the interview. So, Mr. Dubose, you're classified as a fourth felony offender. You're currently serving a 47-year sentence. You were sentenced in August of 2010 in Ouachita Parish. Possession of methamphetamine, conspiracy to distribute methamphetamine, and aggravated flight from an officer. You have a parole eligibility date, which was September 17, 2022. Your good time date is July 12th, 2027. Does all that sound right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Dubose, your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis, but before I turn it over to him, I'd like you to take a minute and tell us, why are you in jail? You know, what led you there, and why you think we ought to vote to grant you parole today.
Okay. I'm currently serving a 47-year sentence for drug possession. Since I started the sentence, I have obtained a GED, a carpentry trade, have participated in many self-help groups, parenting, anger management, risk management, thinking for a change. And at the time, I just wasn't thinking. I got myself involved in drugs, and when you get involved in drugs, you just don't think straight. And I got involved in drugs and started dealing in drugs, and that's what it landed me to right here.
So why do you think we ought to vote for you?
Well, since coming to jail, a lot has changed. The main thing that changed is my thinking. And I have 3 beautiful kids that over the years that I've met through visitation, and I'm just trying to get out there and take care of them for the rest of the time that I have left. I want to look out for my kids and look out for my mother.
Okay. Ms. Litt, is there anything you can tell us about Mr. Dubose?
Not exactly. I haven't had any problems with him.
Oh, good. Okay, thank you. Mr. Dubose, would you answer any questions Mr. Tillis may have?
Sure.
Hi, Mr. DuBose, how are you?
Just fine, sir.
You kind of answered a few questions I had in mind, but how long have you been incarcerated?
16 years and 1 month.
16 years and 1 month, and I see you've taken a lot of classes to better yourself, which that's good. Have you had many write-ups?
The last write-up I had was 2020. I have a write-up in 2023. It was dismissed.
Before then, did you have many?
Since 2020, no, sir.
Okay.
2020.
And if granted today, what are your plans when you get out?
Well, I took a carpentry trade up there away, and I specialize in finishing. And one of the things I want to do is I want to make furniture out of old wood. Like we have these tornadoes and hurricane come. I want to recycle the wood and refinish the wood and start my business from the ground up.
I see. Were you using drugs at the time?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I was using drugs at the time. That's one of the reasons why my thinking was cloudy. I was basically using drugs and selling drugs to use drugs.
But now you're not?
No, sir. No, sir. I'm clean and sober.
So some of the classes, what class impacted you the most?
Thinking for a change. Thinking for a change, I really realized that with anything that you think, you can achieve it if you think it out. You know, a lot of times we have goals set, but we don't think the goals out first. So I think if you think a situation out first before you go into it, you got a better chance of winning that situation.
Bless you. You say you have 3 kids?
Yes, sir.
You're married?
No, sir.
So you just want to more or less take care of your kids?
Sir?
Want to take care of your kids?
I have to. That's what a father's supposed to do. Yes, sir.
I see. I have no more questions.
Any other questions?
I do. Why did you lose good time?
What is it, 2020? I had an intoxication.
All right, that's what I was trying to figure out why you lost that good
Yes,
time.
sir.
But you've had a total of 645 days lost good time.
Yes, ma'am. It's been 16 years and doing, as you know, during time, everything's not fine, and then you have fights, you get into different situations. It's just a doing time over the years. But as for the record, you know, most of the things that I got good time taken for, it was just to protect myself.
Well, but you got in 2020, we see March of 2020 intoxication, April of 2020 intoxication, July 20 intoxication.
Right. That was at the time. That was at the time I was using. I had the drug problem. I had lost my dad. It just went into depression and just didn't take it well. And I tried to self-medicate myself to deal with the problem.
All that happened in TENSAS. So what about what happened in April of last year?
Well, they had some guys on the yard up here at TENSAS. And a lot of guys, I guess they ran across something, but in a minute of them ran across them, I picked one of the guys up. And as me picking him up, he's flashing out. And they thought I had something to do with it because there was a lot of people flashing out. They didn't know what was what, but I was one of the helpers.
Well, it's said though that you were one of those that had to be carried inside.
Yes, after the guy pulled my pants down that I was trying to help.
It said, it lists the names of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different inmates, and what you were one had to be carried inside where they were laid on the floor in the main hallway. Other offenders attempted to revive them. Then the other offenders carried you to Echo Dorm where they laid them on the floor, and it was evident they were highly intoxicated.
Yes, ma'am. That was hearsay. I wasn't convicted of that. After the investigation came, the writer was dismissed.
So you never went to DB court?
I went to DB court for investigation. They ran an investigation, but I never went to high court.
Right, so you never went to high court?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right, Mr. Freeman?
Okay, Mr. DuBose, what was your problem on supervision? I mean, you on one period of supervision for parole and you got revoked 4 times on that same period. I mean, was that a probation officer or was it a problem with you?
It was a problem with me, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. At the time, I was using drugs, dealing in drugs. It was a problem with me.
Okay. Thank you.
It had nothing to do with the parole officer, the probation officer. It was me.
What's the last class that you completed?
Parenting.
And when was that?
It had to been 18, 19, 18 or 19.
So
18.
I'm looking at what I saw in the record, and it says you hadn't had a class since August of 2019. Is that correct?
Yes, yes. I can't take anymore. They won't once you take a certain amount of classes, you can't enroll in more classes.
All right.
I maxed out on the classes. I took 4 classes here. They wouldn't let me take anymore.
All right. Thank you.
And you're aware you have a federal detainer?
Yes, ma'am. I had, the federal retainer is for the exact same charge. I received 4 sentences for the exact same arrest. The federal retainer is for this arrest. My sentences were ran concurrent. So the federal retainer is just for the exact same charge. So after I get through with the state, I'm gonna have to go to the feds and do it all over again.
Right. Looks like that was for transporting MDMA then.
That's the same charge, ma'am, the same arrest. I received 140 months on that charge in federal. And after the federal prosecuted me, they brought me to the state, and the state prosecuted me for the same arrest and ran the sentence consecutive. So I got a total of 58 years.
Right. All right. All right. I don't see any other questions. I think we are prepared to vote. Mr. Tillis?
My vote is to deny today, and I see you've taken a lot of classes and stuff and trying to better yourself, but my vote's going to be to deny.
Mrs. Ledoux?
My vote is to deny a lack of institutional progress and history of revocation.
Mr. Brennan?
I deny due to terrible disciplinary record.
Mr. Byron?
I deny due to poor record of parole supervision, revoked 5 of 6 times, law enforcement opposition, and only served 16 of 47 years.
All right, Mr. Dubose, I agree with my colleagues. Based on your record, my vote today is to deny based on the law enforcement opposition, and the history of revocation. So today, sir, your parole has been denied. We wish you well. Good luck to you.
All right.
That concludes our business in TENSAS. We're going to sign out at 1:41.
God is still in charge, Mr. Alvin.
Yeah, that's all.
It's all good. When God holds
All right, good afternoon. Committee on Parole is reconvening. We're at St. Mary Parish Jail on October 21st, 2024. It is 1:47 p.m. My name is Cheryl Renatza, serving as chairman of today's 5-member panel. We have on the panel today, we have to my far right, to my far right is Mr. Danny Byron, to my immediate right, Mr. Pete Freeman, to my immediate left, Mrs. Jerry Ledoux, and to her left is Mr. Chuck Tillis. We are at DOC headquarters in Baton Rouge with the staff there at St. Mary. Introduce yourself for the record. You're still on mute.
Deputy Harris.
All right, thank you very much. And we have, is this Mr. Stelly with us?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Stelly, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC.
Eric Stelly, DOC 766-293.
Can y'all fix that view for us?
Yes, I'm there, Ian.
Yeah, we don't.
Because you pin him to make him big.
Yeah, she's asking, can we pin Mr. Stelly so we can see him full screen? Like maybe speaker view? She said, move it the other way.
Move it the other way.
Yeah, you were just doing it. You almost had it. So we can see him.
So can you just see?
Open the back door to Charlie.
I was gonna say that. Change seats.
It's when she moved your camera.
Hey, how do you put the camera on him? They want the camera on him. All right. Okay.
Somebody's coming to fix it.
Yes, ma'am.
While we're waiting on that, I'm going to read, Mr. Stelly, I'm going to read some identifying information into the record. Mr. Stelly, you're classified as a first felony offender. You're currently serving a 4-year sentence. You were sentenced in August of 2023 in St. Landry Parish. Possession of meth, aggravated flight from an officer. And money derived from drug sales. You have another sentencing date, October of 2023 in St. Mary, possession of methamphetamines. You have a parole eligibility date, which was December 10, 2023. And your good time release date is December 15th of 2025. Does all that sound correct, Mr. Stelly?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We're, once they get the right view, we'll start
What are y'all seeing exactly?
Right now, we see where there's 2 screens with you and Deputy Harris in it, and then on the top screen, we see Mr. Stelly along with her. It's like, y'all are all in the same room?
Okay.
Now the camera looks like it's off. There we go.
No, that on him, we good.
Can you move the camera so it's facing him?
I'm
trying.
There you go. Hey.
Right. There he is. Okay. That's better. That'll work for us. So, Mr. Stelly, before we start our interview process, would you tell us what led you to be in jail? Why you serving time? And why do you believe we should vote for you to parole today?
Well, let me, in 2017, me and my wife split up. I turned to alcohol and meth. And I had a bad time with it. And for me to get out is, I'm just ready to be with my family.
Well, so you think that's why we ought to do it? You think you're ready?
Yeah. Yeah, I've been in here 3.5, since May 4th, 2021, I've been locked up.
All right. Well, your case has been assigned to Mr. BYRON. He'll conduct the interview with you. Will you answer his questions?
Okay.
I'm going to start out with just a brief summary of the offense. On March 12, 2019, the Morgan City Police Department was contacted via Facebook profile by a subject identified as Eric Stelly. During this conversation, he advised that he selling marijuana. Eric advised he could get 1 pound for $2,300. Arrangements were made to deliver 5 pounds to the undercover agents. Then on May 4th, 21, and on that first charge, it showed up at the arranged location, but didn't have all the marijuana. And on the second charge, the St. Andrews Sheriff's Office tried to stop you coming southbound on I-49. Dispatch advised that the vehicle was a gray Dodge Charger bearing license plate 300BOM and was traveling at over 130 miles an hour. Dispatch advised the pursuit initiated due to firearms charges, and the suspect was later identified as Eric Stelly. When the driver attempted to turn around an open field, the vehicle became stuck and a brief foot chase ensued. Captain Larson was able to deploy his taser and take Stelly into custody. He was found to have 2 bags of marijuana and methamphetamine. And this all happened with your kids in the car. One of my questions is, why were the police chasing you to begin with? What was the story of that?
They had pulled me over in a bunkie, and I drove off on them.
And the reason you drove off was because you had the marijuana in the car with you?
Yes, sir.
At 130 miles an hour, were you worried that you might run into somebody or hurt your kids or anybody?
That it wasn't that fast because my car shuts off at 110.
So it was about 110, not 130.
My car it didn't even shut off, so it was about probably around 100.
So the same question applies at 100 or 130, where you worried that safety of any people you were with?
I wasn't thinking clearly at that time.
All right. And I have a question about the marijuana sales over the internet. Did you ever successfully make a deal like that?
No, that's totally incorrect. I never agreed to bring a pound of marijuana to St. Mary Parish.
But you did meet with them at the hotel, huh?
No, I was supposed to be meeting with a woman at the motel.
So you saying the cops are not being truthful when they say they arranged to make a deal with you for
That's not
and everything else?
The woman asked me if I could bring something. I was supposed to bring a blunt to smoke.
And these quotes about a pound for 2,300 or more than 3 pounds for 2,100, that's not.
No, sir. That's incorrect.
All right. That's the only questions I had.
I have none.
I have one. It's legit. Did you refuse to take phase 2 of reentry in 2022?
No, ma'am. I was sick and I missed one class and they put me out of it.
I wonder why they put refused. Okay. No other question.
All right. Mr. Stelly, there's opposition to an early release for you, your sentencing judge, the district attorney's office, in both the 16th and 27th judicial districts, that's in St. Mary and St. Landry Parish, are opposed. Law enforcement in St. Landry is opposed, and the Attorney General's office is opposed. Deputy Harris, are you familiar with Mr. Stelly at all?
No, ma'am, none at all.
So have you had any write-ups since you've been in jail, Mr. Stelly?
No, ma'am.
Do you have any program opportunities in jail?
Not in St. Mary. I did, what it was, Inside Out Dad. I took that, Thinking for a Change, and I got my GED.
And good for you on the GED. It's not noted in the records. Did you earn any good time credits for the class?
Yeah, I think it was 4.5 months, 3 months for Inside Out Dad, 45 days for Thinking for a Change, and 45 days for my GED.
Okay. Good. Let me see if I see that on your master prison record. I didn't see that on your master prison record.
That was all in 22 in Terrebonne Parish.
That's before this charge?
No, that's the same time.
So since you've been in, you've taken those classes, and have you been given a piece of paper that shows that those were credited to you?
Yes, I've sent that home to my dad.
So your good time release date changed?
Yeah, it changed. I was supposed to, from July 13 of 23, it moved back to February 28th of 23.
Yeah, that's your previous period of incarceration. Right?
Yeah, well, it's the same because they ran it concurrent.
Right. Yeah, well, I don't see credit for it right now on here. So because your good time date is December of 25.
Yes, ma'am.
Deputy, would you take a look at that, make sure that if he's due good time, that it goes in? Ma'am?
Ma'am?
If you can check on his good time credits, if he has any good time supposed to be credited to him, would you check on that, please?
Okay.
Okay.
All right, I don't see any other questions, Mr. Stelly. I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Byron will be voting first.
Do he have any good time?
Mr. Stelly, I'm gonna have to vote to deny parole today based on your criminal record with multiple felony convictions for all kinds of different things. And you have an upcoming good time date of next year, so you wouldn't have that much left to spend anyway. And the fact that you ran 100 miles from police and endangered everybody on the highway, including your own children, shows that you don't make good decisions.
All right, Mr. Tillis.
I concur with Mr. Barra.
Mrs.
Mr. Stelly, my vote is to deny parole. I counted, you had 13 instances of arrest and 37 counts against you at different times. Some were null crossed and everything. I think you have some severe problems there.
Mr. Freeman.
I concur.
Mr. Stelly, I also vote to deny based on your past criminal history and the proximity of your good time release date. You still have the opportunity to take some programs that could help you be successful after release. I wish you well. Today your parole's been denied. Good luck to you, sir.
All right, thank you.
That's going to conclude our business in St. Mary at 2:01. We're going to sign off.
Keep your head up.
All right, good afternoon. It is 2:06 PM on October 21st, 2024. The Committee on Parole is reconvening at Franklin Parish Detention Center. I don't see them. They're trying to get in. I'll wait till they get in before I introduce the people. All right, so we've done our introductions. We're now at Franklin Parish Detention Center, and let me just ask the staff there to introduce themselves for the record.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening. My name is Eugene Watkins,
What's your DOC number?
416-201.
And do you have the officer still there in the room with you?
Yes, ma'am.
We'd like him to introduce himself for the record.
Yes, ma'am. They want you to introduce yourself too.
Henry Parks, Franklin Parish deputy.
All right, thank you, Deputy Parks, for working with us today and accommodating us. Mr. Watkins, I'm going to read some information into the record and then we'll get started with our process.
Yes, ma'am.
You're classified as a fifth felony offender. You're currently serving a 25-year sentence. You were sentenced in 2008 in Caddo Parish, aggravated flight from an officer and battery of a police officer. You have another sentencing date in Caddo Parish as a habitual offender in April of 2009, unauthorized use of a motor vehicle. So all of those sentences added together are 25 years. Parole eligibility date was March the 6th, 2019, and your good time release date is December 31st, 2028. Does that sound correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So your case has been assigned to Mr. BYRON, but before we turn it over to him, we'd like you to take a minute, Mr. Watkins, and tell us why you're in jail. What led you to jail? And why do you think today we should grant your parole?
Yes, ma'am. I would like to say that just due to the way I was brought up, I reflected to drugs as I grew up, and that was part of the reason I come to jail. But I've been sober now 16 and a half years, and I've learned my lesson. And I know what's important to me today, and that's my family. I hadn't had a chance to really get in tune with the grandkids I have now. I absolutely would love to get out and spend some time with my grandkids. My mom and dad then died, so I don't have them. The only family I do have is my sister and my brother, and they've been there with me 100%. But I've took programs my whole sentence. I got like 2 write-ups the whole time I've been incarcerated. So I've been pretty much free from disciplinary problems. I've been trying to change my life, and I turned it over to God in 2014. You know, and I've been inspiring the young fellas that been coming to jail. I've been doing other things to try to help the people that's around me to detour from all the wrongdoings they've been doing, because I've given them the pain and suffering that I've been going through, and it wasn't worth it. I don't feel there's nothing out there in the world that's worth coming to jail for. So I've learned my lesson, and I hope God reach y'all and touch y'all to try to see that I do need another chance at being there with my family before, because I'm 51 at this moment. I'll be 52 in November. So I don't know how much time I have left on this earth, but I would like to spend some type of time with my family, you know, to try to get out there to support them. But I just hope y'all find it on y'all heart to give me a chance. You know, I cried my little eyes out the last one, and one of the guys told me, he say, you don't know how to keep your hand off officers, which my motive was not to harm the officer. I know they doing their job, but I was under the influence, so I'm just trying to get away. I really was resisting, but I'm not here to try to go back and forth about why I'm in here. I take full responsibility for my wrongdoing. I really do. And I've learned my lesson.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Watkins. I'm gonna turn it over to Mr. Byron. Your case has been assigned to him, so he'll start the interview.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, this is a rehearing of your case. You were previously denied on January 20th, 22 due to victim opposition, probation and parole record, and law enforcement opposition. Offense reports indicate that on 10/2/07, you stole a car belonging to Miss June McGee. Later, police observed the vehicle driving erratically. When trying to stop the vehicle, you ran from them at a high rate of speed and then from the vehicle on foot, but was eventually arrested. Then again, also on January 4th of 2008, officers stopped the vehicle which you were driving. When you were removed from the vehicle and during the pat down, you resisted arrest violently and kicked and punched the officers and then got away. You were later located by the canine officer across the street, and then you ran back to the car and took off again in the car. Other officers were able to stop the vehicle. Drugs were found at the scene that nobody claimed. So both of you guys were charged. You've been arrested 30 times for 92 crimes, 14 crimes against the person. And you've been on supervision 9 times, and 4 of those were revoked.
Okay.
That's a bad record.
Yes, sir. I started getting in trouble when I was 27, and I was doing mostly misdemeanors. All my charges, I had 3 felonies.
Mm-hmm.
And
I didn't say 30 felonies. I said 30 crimes.
Okay.
Your record is just goes on and on with misdemeanors.
Yeah, I've learned. I would like to not be, if you don't mind me saying this, nailed to the cross for something in 2007. It's 2024. But the time when I had the car, sir, it was a friend. I got the car from a friend. If I traded it for something dealing with drugs for the vehicle, I didn't steal a vehicle. But anyway, I do take full responsibility, and I have learned my lesson from that day. I renewed my mindset totally with God, my family, and doing what's right. I'm 51 years old. That's back when I was in my 30s. So I do understand what you're saying, and I totally agree with everything you're saying. But today I have changed my life. And I'm just asking for another chance if you just find it in your heart, sir.
What classes have you done since you've been in there to change your life?
I got 9 certificates. Mars 1, Mars 2, thanking for a change. I did parenting. I did business management. I'm in thanking for a change again right now. I'm in a STEP program right now as I speak to you. And I'm doing very good. I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best, and I'm doing exactly what you all asked me to do from the very beginning. You said, get some programs. I got the program. Stay out of trouble. I'm staying out of trouble. I'm trying to do everything y'all asked me to do. And if I need to do more, I would wish you just tell me now, and I promise I'll do it whether I'm in here or out there. If you release me today and you tell me I need you to get this done, I need you to get that done, I'm gonna be on it. I'm gonna be on it. I'm on time.
Morton, can you verify any of these programs he's talking about? I didn't see him in the record.
Oh, it's in the record. I have 9 certificates. It should be in the record from the last time I was, I came to the board. It's in the records.
Yes, 20.
Mine
It was
says 29.
adjusted. No, that's.
It's- Yes, sir. I have 9 certificates. It should be on the record, because the last time I showed them all to you, I showed them all, I had them in my file. But since they shipped me from this place to that place to this place to this place, they destroyed all my legal work, all my certificates. When I went to Caldwell, before I came over here to this program, they destroyed all my stuff, thinking it was something else.
Yes, we have it. I have a list of his classes.
Here's his classes.
Yeah, and I did 6 semesters of college since I've been in jail.
See that?
Yes, ma'am.
When is the STEP program over? You're in phase 1.
All right, we got him.
Yes, sir. And I sure appreciate you taking time out to find them.
We found him.
Thank you, sir.
That's all the questions I have.
Yeah, I have. When is the STEP program over? You're in phase 1.
I'm in step 2 right now.
Okay, how long?
I think we graduate in the 3rd step. I'm in step 2 right now.
How long do you think that that's going to take to get finished with the 3rd step?
It takes 4 months on each step.
4 months, okay.
A total of 12 months.
What have you gotten out of that program so far?
Well, I got a lot out of thinking for a change, because I just graduated out of that, and it was helping you think better than the usual thinking. Like if you're thinking negative thoughts, program it to positive thoughts immediately. You know, if any thinking that you having, like anger, it's a technique that you use to replace it with positive thoughts. And that's what I got out of that in that thinking for a change. And right now I'm getting out the program right now. It's how to be a better person. You know? It's just trying to get myself together where I could just be the man I should have been a long time ago, to get out there and prosper and be a better brother, a husband, a father. And right now I'm a granddaddy. I just hadn't had time to spend with the kids, but I am a granddaddy right now at this moment. So I'm just anxious about that, hoping and praying that y'all find it in y'all heart to give me the opportunity.
Where's your family today?
My family is in Shreveport, Louisiana.
Right. Did they know you were coming up today?
Yeah, I told them to be on there this morning, but I don't think they working. So
Yeah.
I had about 3 people supposed to be plugged in, linked in today.
Yeah. Deputy Parks, is there anything you can tell us about Mr. Watkins?
He can't hear you. They want to know if anything you can tell them about me. That he said he couldn't comment.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. All right, Mr. Watkins, I don't see any other questions, so you ready to vote?
I'd like to call for executive session.
I second.
We have a motion and a second for executive session. Could we get the roll call, please?
Sarah Renalson,
Yes.
Mary Bauer,
Yes.
Steve Free,
Yes.
Jerry Ledoux. Yes. Chuck Simmons.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Watkins, we're going to be in executive session for a few moments to discuss confidential matters. You stand by. We'll be right back.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Man.
All right, we're back in session. It is 2:25 and we are prepared to vote. Mr. Byron will be voting first.
All right, you did a great interview today, and we think that you're really trying hard. So based on that, I'm going to vote to grant you parole conditionally. that you must complete the STEP program before you get out, what you're doing right now. And that we add a special condition that you, upon release, go to the day reporting center and follow all the recommendations for treatment over there, to include vocational training. And during that first 6 months of supervision, you'll be on a curfew from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. Except for work.
You understand all that?
Yeah.
You're still on mute, but can you hear us? Okay, Mr. Tillis,
I concur with Mr. Barrow.
Ms. Ledoux,
My vote is to grant parole upon completion of the STEP program and then go to the day reporting center.
Mr. Freeman.
I concur.
All right, and Mr. Watkins, I think you did a good job today on the interview. We could tell you're very sincere in the things that you said.
He wants to.
You don't, I'm gonna go ahead and vote while you're trying to figure that out.
Oh, I
My
got
vote-
it.
Okay, good. My vote today also is to grant with the same special conditions, and that is you first got to complete the STEP program, successfully complete it.
Yes,
and-
ma'am.
And then once you're released, you're to report to the day reporting center in Monroe. Your parole officer will help you hook up with them.
Okay.
Follow any recommendations they have there for treatment, to include vocational training.
Yes, ma'am.
Sure you have some vocational skills. And then for the first 6 months, you'll have a curfew 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. unless you're at work.
Okay, then.
So
That'll work.
congratulations.
Thank you. God bless you. Thank you.
And parole.
Yes, ma'am.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Right. All right. Be glad for you. Have a good day.
Okay, thank you.
We're signing off from Franklin Parish at 2:28.
Okay.